Alright, I'm unmuting this and...
Okay, dope.
Well, I had enough to get my 7th relic charge, but not anymore. Because I bought the field medic hat.
Looks better anyways.
Yeah.
I wish you held the staff the other way so when you slam it down, the skull is facing outward.
How much does the Challenger longsword cost? Only 500.
Yeah. Remember, the choices you make out there can come back to haunt you, believe me.
Okay, this thing is stupidly big.
Oh,
Look at
jeez.
this.
Cloud Strife.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. Dude. Put us back on campaign. Labyrinth.
Okay, so we're going to need to go to the one with an F in the name.
Fractured Ingress?
Yes.
That's the one I went to.
Perfect. So
Because that was the
follow
one that was right
me.
next to it.
It's really stupid.
I figured it would be, considering it we couldn't figure it out with both of us there.
No, it's not phased.
Oh, the other thing I was considering doing was changing my rings around to...
So,
What the fuck? How did we miss this? This isn't even that hidden.
no.
I keep forgetting when you roll off a ledge, you jump.
After this, we need to go to that portal.
Oh, did you figure out? Energized? Oh, it's gonna be the same fucking thing that the rest of the items were for, but for the next slot. The amulet. No, it's not. Okay. Oh, the Manticore probably took so much fire damage because I forgot I had the Ring of the Sun on. Or the Talisman of the Sun on.
True.
Oh, I did still want to mess with my...
Yeah, we logged off and I did about an hour of research
I noticed.
without any spoilers.
How?
Because I was very careful with keywords.
Oh. That makes sense.
Although there is one location, remember the one that, like, the door with, like, a glitchy effect?
Yes.
I know how to get through it, or in it, but the issue is, you need super, super, super specific gear because it's a hidden area.
Okay.
And
Yeah,
by
that makes
that, I mean
sense.
we're going to have to beat the game.
Okay.
And have certain armor, certain items equipped, certain weapons equipped.
Cool.
You're basically wearing a cheat code. And I'm just like, yeah, sure. It's really
Love
worth
that.
it. It's really worth it, but it's very gotta beat the game first.
Yeah.
Also, come here, you little rat.
I'm gonna use the ruined
Got him.
heart for a bit, just because,
Okay.
I want to see how much you can, um, I want to see how well this idea I had works. Oh, did you figure out how to get to the one platform that looked like we needed to launch out of a portal?
Yes. That is where I'm going to take you.
Oh, okay.
I saw it and it made me happy, but also very upset. Upset purely for the reason, yeah, I should have thought of that.
I was too distracted with other stuff to think very much about making
Okay,
this.
so if we watch here, okay, it should show up soon. The one that goes straight down, but not the one that takes us to that one secret area.
Okay.
This one. No, not this one, sorry. The next downwards.
That was the downwards one that doesn't take us
There's
to
a
the secret.
No, that was the
There's
one
a
that was the
third?
secret.
No, that was not the secret one.
The one with the labyrinth is the one I'm talking. This one.
That's the one that takes us to
So,
the secret area with the corrupted gate.
Nope. You go through now, and you're playing Portal, and you land in a portal.
Okay.
You have to go as soon as the two portals line up, or you don't make it.
Oh, I see what you mean. There
And
is
then you'll
another
go
portal
when,
in there.
yeah, you'll go when they line up.
Well,
So right, yeah.
I was a little late.
Oh.
Oh, there's another relic.
Do you want me to? I think if I grab it, you get it, correct?
Yeah,
Okay.
it looks like a dragon. Reprocessed heart.
That's nice.
It was a dragon heart.
Whee! And then there's one more place I need to take you. Let me see if I remember how to get there, though.
Alright, what does this one do?
While we do that, I'm going to look up because my brain has forgotten.
Oh, that's great. Okay, so it makes your dragon heart not heal you. Cool.
Where do you start? Is it here? And then go. Oh, yes. Okay,
Hold on.
so
I need to... Oh my god. You can't have relic fragments equipped to two different relics at the same time, even though you can't have two relics equipped.
gotcha.
That's so dumb.
Okay. There's the one. I'll just go to the checkpoint. We need to go to the other checkpoint here that's like sort of close to this one. I can't remember the name of it though. On the map it's below this, I think. Or above. It is called the yeah. Alright. So this one I won't say anything about. Just follow me.
Okay. Oh my god. They did do the same thing. God damn it.
We can fight or we can just run. I say we can fight. Yeah. Go through here?
There's more to this area than just the portal. Oh, no, never mind. No, there's
No.
not.
Yeah.
And just connections back to places we've already been. Sick.
Yes. They did some good puzzle hiding, and I will say, can you solve this one?
What? Okay, we're outside
you
the
a
cube
hint.
boss fight.
I'll give you a hint.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
And I want you to know, this is all going to be fine and dandy.
Oh, you can make that. Okay. Dog.
My dog.
Please? Okay. Oh, huh. I have a wild guess. Here. Yep. Dr. Leto! Is being mentioned in that. Yeah, there's the Tommy gun. And Leto's armor.
I could use that.
I figured you would like that.
Okay, what the fuck is this helmet?
Dude, it's Mark II. I think it said Mark II.
It is, yeah. Oh, I don't
Yeah.
love that chest piece.
I didn't know Leto's armor was here. I was just seeing about like how to get here. And I got here, saw the book, and I was like, uh-oh. So
Oh, they
then
still
it
got the
just-
belly flop.
They still got the belly flop. It doesn't do damage, I don't think, but it's still belly flopping.
Hold on. Well, we can test it. Oh, this portal is tiny.
It is.
Also, it was already open on this side. Why was it closed in the labyrinth?
But yeah, I don't know how they expect you to just casually stumble across that. It just
you can-
is.
I could see parts of the map that we hadn't, like, when I pulled up the full map and looked
Yeah.
around, I could see parts of the map that we
My
hadn't
thing is,
gotten
I
to.
would have never thought to climb. That's where I would have got stuck. Because, like, it just looks like everything else, just brick. Uh-oh.
It does do damage, and it actually has damage numbers now. It didn't have damage numbers in the first game. The flop.
Yeah, I think that is all of the secrets in this area. Pretty sure. Whee! Careful with that jump. It is possible, but it's a little close if you don't jump the right way. Aww. I pop. I did the one.
Well.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe that is everything for the labyrinth that we can feasibly do.
I did want to see... Oh, I never talked to the keeper again. I meant to do that.
Huh. Also,
But I never went over to the other side of this.
I know you said you wanted to do labyrinth with me again. I went ahead and did it.
I mean, I figured there wouldn't actually be anything randomized in it, but...
No, there wasn't.
Okay. There's nothing over here.
But that boss, the cubes,
Yeah.
so much worse in solo. Because it requires you to continually move. Whereas co-op, you can sort of half and half, but everything is targeting you, not just another player.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, I died multiple times, and it is a very movement-based boss. So I did have to just keep moving the entire time, which was not fun to try and memorize where I can and cannot stand. Especially when a single one, only a single one, changes where the dome, like the safety zone is. And you can run past these dudes and just open the door.
Yeah, but I don't know which one I want to go in. Although we can't really tell anything about either of them.
You can
before
go
we
through
go.
both and then go, yeah. One of them you can go through, I'll drive it once you see it. The other one, I don't know how to describe.
I mean, I think I know what both of them are from pre-release stuff, but at least I know what one of them is, and it's gonna be the one that I want to choose. But we opened this.
Oh no, we opened the other.
We opened both of them. You walked up to that one and opened it before realizing that...
I opened the one you're at. I didn't open this one though.
One of us opened one and the other opened the other one.
The other one we opened was for like a secret area, I think. Going back
Carson,
to...
we opened both of them.
No.
I know we opened both of them.
No, we opened one that took us back to Yasha.
Get over here.
Hey, I'm gonna say it. Watch the stream. One took us to Yesha, and then there was this one.
I'm not gonna go look for 5 hours of stream for that. It wouldn't be that hard to find it, but
I will.
go for it. I don't care. I'm gonna see. Oh, this is ROM. I did not know that ROM was in the game. I want to do the other one first. I don't want to deal with ROM right now, dude.
Fun fact, this isn't ROM.
Oh. It looks... It's literally the same architecture.
Same super techy, but it's not called ROM. It may be ROM, but it's not titled ROM.
Yeah, okay. Well, if it is intended to still be ROM, it might. There will probably be a lore thing somewhere.
We made not make it. Oh wait, no, he left us alone. Oh, I should have spoke. Teleport me out! Teleport me out! We're good.
Actually, if they were gonna put ROM in the game, I feel like they would have just kept Eslin's band in ROM instead of giving it to a random fucking shopkeeper. But I guess it could be the Eslin's band that the Remnant 1 character got.
Also, this
I know what this
is
one
where, yeah, this is where Critical started his game.
Oh.
So you can start on either world, either 3 of those. Yesha, basically ROM, and this.
Losam. I forgot the name, but Losam and Inarud.
Yeah, I see it as
All we gotta
Bloodborne.
do is find these segments, right?
Yeah.
While Clementine and that talking ball of light hang out and meditate.
Yeah, I really wanted Fairy Bloodborne first. It was by far the most interesting one to me, aside from...
Yeah, I was hoping you would have chose this one.
Yeah. Like, I love Yesha. I'm fine with going to Yesha first, but aside from revisiting Yesha, Fairy Bloodborne was by far the most interesting of
So
them.
right here is where you could pet the dog and glitch through
Oh
this
my
gate.
god.
She can't.
Don't let them escape me when I walk into Victorian London with a fucking M60. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna be able to do anything to stop us from escaping.
So would you like to see what this weapon does?
I mean, I read the description.
Yeah, but now you could visualize.
Oh, Grey Health does not keep you alive.
No.
Yeah, I still heal you. Okay. I just don't get...
Chains off.
I still heal you, I just don't get the opportunity to regain, my lost relic uses. I need to remember that
eyes up.
skills exist now.
Might not be over.
Yeah, I haven't been putting, like, my dog is set to guard dog. I didn't realize the others weren't auto-selected. I thought that all 3 were active. No, they're each
Oh.
different. So there's guard dog, attack dog, and, what's the other one? The other one is support dog. Attack dog is the one that isn't unlocked yet.
Weightless weight. I'm gonna guess
Okay.
this is Bright Steel Ring. No. Huh.
Peekaboo.
It is similar to Bright Steel Ring. But it doesn't... I
No.
do hope Bright Steel Ring is just not in the game, because it was kind of incredibly dumb. And the Challenger's prime trait does also reduce weight. Side area.
I want to jump in the water, but it looks very deadly.
That's fun.
Okay. Whoopah.
More like liquid courage and a needle. Please do not put beer in an...
I think that's a brilliant idea.
No.
IV beer? Intravenous
No.
beer?
That would not work out well. Alcohol can be in your blood. That's what happens when you drink beer.
Yeah,
But
so
the rest of the stuff in beer is not good for you.
you don't want yeast in your blood?
No.
Jeez.
Crazy.
Well then.
Tria.
Harvester's Reach.
Ew. Well, it's dead now.
Also, the minimap and the map being weird 3D was a little awkward at first, but then I just now remembered how fucking awful it was dealing with multiple map layers in the first game and how it displayed them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hear noises, but I don't see
Why is there a health bar right here?
There's it's like a jellyfish slug. See?
What? It's... Oh, it's on the... Okay.
Like in Dark Souls. The slugs. Don't go in the water, it's deadly.
Hi, Uni.
Ow.
I am very happy that they decided to base the LMG off of the M60.
Bluey.
This jellyfish having shock just made me realize Yesha had a surprising lack of shock effects. Aside from that one dungeon, nothing really had electricity
It all went
effects.
to that one dungeon.
Wait, what?
It all went to that one dungeon.
Oh, yeah. I was gonna guess that it's because the place is taken over by Root now, so they put all of the Root stuff there instead. Although we didn't have a ton of Blight either, which I'm fine with. I fucking hate Rot Blight in the first game. How are you, Uni? Go eat. You should eat more. Holly's gonna be mad if you don't eat. Good. Thank you. Oh my god. Well. It can't... Okay. I was gonna say, it can't be that easy. That one is suspiciously glowing. And then I turned around and saw there was a 3 on the wall that glows. Holy shit, there's so many numbers in here.
Wait, what?
Look on the
I
stream.
think we split up.
Yeah, we
again.
did. I did that
Oh.
intentionally.
Yeah, those are some glow.
It's something 13.
Oh, rats! Oh, do we get
Rats?
to meet the rats?
I just hope we don't have crawl baby RNG. One of the only things we never got was that fucking amulet. Because the crawl baby RNG.
My dog is just running around eating slugs and like they can't be healthy for their gut, right?
The dog can teleport around and come back whenever it wants from getting crushed under cubes. I think it'll be fine.
Rat.
5 something 1 3.
Rat.
Oh, where did all of these slugs come from? 4 slugs just appeared. 5 slugs just appeared in this room.
Where did he go? Where did he go? Holy crap. Rat Elite goes crazy, dude. Scariest thing ever. More scary than the slugs glitching tentacles.
I don't need to... We have talked about... Okay, that animation is pretty long and annoying for just brute forcing the last digit. Annie, what is the 3 face for? Is it about the slugs? Okay. The weird jellyfish slugs.
This looks just... Oh, this is the beginning.
Damn.
Was it a... The area is a loop.
Fuck, where is this last digit? Am I really gonna have to just brute force it?
Careful with the slugs eating bone piles.
Oh, there's more over there.
That's what had the rat.
Had the rat. What?
Elite.
Oh.
That was scary.
Really? It's not
Because
back
it is
there
very
either?
fast. This rat is red.
Gorgeous.
So it's not an elite anymore.
Yeah, it's a boss. I can see the health bar.
I think it's a mutator boss.
Is it glowing red?
Yeah.
Then yes.
Come on, dog, save me, man. I deserve it, right? I've been a good owner.
The cube gun is so funny to me.
Looks like I'm full up.
Where did he go? I think he's coming towards you. Oh no, he's back to me.
You almost got him.
Yeah,
Oh, you're
my
down.
dog won't revive me. Oh no, dog,
Out
go
of the
get him.
way, slugs.
He healed back up.
I see that.
Okay, now he's taking damage. What? You are confusing.
Wait, how far away are you?
The map is like a square. I don't know how far away I am.
Oh
You
no,
don't
I
be
see.
too far though.
Oh, but you're... Yeah, I don't
Dead.
think I'm getting you. Nope.
As long as you get him knocked down.
Try his
That's what
anklet.
it
Lethally.
is. Mutator lively.
Won't fit.
Live. Yo, live. Yeah. Yeah, I can read. Dog, are you good? Okay, now he's good.
Well,
Increases
that was
reload speed by 4% for each enemy killed between reloads, less 15 seconds, max 5 stacks. That would be nice. But I'm kind of trying to...
kind of do a different build.
I'm trying to set up my mod generation so that I can just have another charge of hotshot ready before I need to reload, because hotshot just reloads at the start of it in this game.
Gotcha. That wall didn't want you to climb it.
Oh.
Ooh.
Hmm?
There we go. Is this where that... That's
Yeah.
a lot of numbers.
Yep. I have
And
all
you
but one of
said-
the digits. It's just the animation for
Are we looking for
trying a number
glowing
is really long
numbers?
and annoying. What?
Okay, so what numbers have you seen?
5,
5,
3, and 1.
3.
I'm missing the second digit.
Turn off your flashlight? Or do they need flashlight?
The, like, reflective stuff needs to have the flashlight
okay.
on. Although, I don't know,
Oh,
maybe the last
but it-
one is the opposite for some reason.
No, I just didn't know. Wait, look in that corner. Not that one. The one that has the wall. Yeah. Turn your. Okay, never mind. It was the way something reflected. I thought I saw a number.
There's numbers up above this platform, but I don't think... I would hope, anyway, that the correct one is not up there. Because I don't think there's any way up there. Nothing back there.
Under the stairs, maybe? No.
You.
Brick it.
It wasn't under the stairs, but that suggestion is what got me to look over there at just the right angle and see it.
Rusted heirloom.
Grants 2 stacks of bulwark below 50% HP. Wow.
We've got a bulwark build in the works.
Yeah, we do have a ton of stuff that gives bulwark effects. I'm gonna guess that this whole area was just to find that mutator boss and kill him for the quest reward.
Very likely, because I've not seen anything.
I do want to make
sure. We got the blue and
sure.
we've got some purples.
We did find the book already, yeah. It keeps telling me that I have something new. Oh wait, no, I have a new... I have the... Yeah, I have that. I forgot about that.
Chicago.
The Tommy gun. Also called the Chicago typewriter. Because some people say the Thompson sounds like a typewriter when it's firing.
I see it.
And it was really popular for Chicago organized crime.
Oh, love to see it. Well.
Oh yeah, you did say that.
Their eyes glow in the dark.
He ran away.
He disappears. Don't worry, he'll come back though.
I was wondering what these
They always do.
I was wondering what these things were for. It's so these guys can run into them. Staggered. That moveset looks familiar. Fuck off. He died to my revive. Well... I think there might also be something with killing all of these guys in these piles.
Maybe.
But I'm gonna get you back up first. And turn in Dryas' bracelet. And then we can kill all of these fucking slugs again.
Out of room.
This time, since we've cleared everything, we'll just stick together and then do those. Yeah.
Fuck.
You've got this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing anything else that we missed other than potentially there being something related to these bone piles with the elites in them. Which it looks like there's only one of those left anyway. Unless...
That goes to where you just were.
Nah, I know. There was just a bone pile blocking off one of the pathways, and I wasn't sure if it was one of the ones that had those rat men under
Only
them.
ones that have elites that I've noticed are the ones with slugs on them.
Yeah.
Why? Oh.
Rat. It counts
A
as an
buff
enemy when you
rat.
aim at it. Oh no.
Stop your crying, mate.
You went down there. That's Dria's.
Dria.
But she wasn't. Where is she? So, she's gone. Gone. And I have to. And I have to. Thank you, stranger. I couldn't do it myself.
Kind of looks like a house
I
elf.
needed to know. Here.
Little
It ain't
Dobby.
much, but it's all
Dobby's
I
a
have
free elf.
left. Now, please. I need to be alone. Are you sure she wasn't?
We're sure, bud. We're sure.
Oh, that was you. That noise. You messing with your
whoopsie.
mic. What does this thing? Taking enemy damage causes 10% of max HP to regenerate over 10 seconds. What the fuck? Alright, let's go kill that.
Dang.
Get ready!
The jellyfish slug things seem to take a lot more damage from melee weapons than from getting shot. Wait. What? Not here?
No,
I
this
thought-
one was empty.
It was the other one that was that path leading into it. Yeah, right here. Alright.
Ow.
Well,
Bag's full.
Next.
I think that was the last one. So,
Do they not respawn?
probably not. No, because I saw a different spot where there was a bone pile that you had destroyed and it was still destroyed.
Hold on. On my map, I have a single area that's red. Is it this? Okay. It was absolutely not. Everything's been gotten. I never went to that one. We were, so we're good to go. Oh. Were there humans in here the first time?
Yeah.
Or, well, yeah.
Humanoids. They're basically human. Hi, Yuri.
How do I...
I just used a link to escape.
The game won't let me.
Oh. Huh.
Okay, there we go. I was considered in combat when I tried.
Oh, that's weird. I don't know why you can't use them while you're in combat. It just kills you. If you're considered in combat, then you would probably have another way to just die anyway. I don't know why they wouldn't let you do it the faster way, if that's your goal.
Even in Remnant, there is always another way.
This one looks dangerous.
This one looks dangerous, so anyway, I started blasting.
I'm gonna put it on support dog. See how that works. Whee!
Oh, I did mean to mention, I have noticed that different melee weapons have different weak spot bonus damage modifiers in this game. Because melee attacks have always been able to hit weak spots, but they didn't have different weak spot bonuses in the first game.
Punish them for their transgression!
Uh-oh.
I forgot I have that. That does so much damage. I mentioned earlier I keep forgetting that skills exist. The Challenger Stomp does so much damage.
I can't carry any more of that.
Also, his chainsaw can block. It counts as armor if you shoot it.
Which probably means we can get him to drop it.
I don't know. They don't always
either.
include ways to get rid of armor. I think even Remnant 1 had some enemies that were just armor hits, and that was all you could do.
I found a door, but not like a door, but like a door.
I
don't want to open it in case it's Proc's story.
Oh, okay. I get what you mean now.
Like
Well, that's a
double
dead
door.
end.
Oh, you're close.
Yeah, I didn't go that far away. this
I'll
time.
put a trait point somewhere while I wait. We'll do revivalist.
Wait, there's a chest there? Chests are on the mini-map, by the way.
Yes.
We
Oh,
both
and I
walked,
found a door.
we both walked right past one earlier.
I've got enough
Very
of that.
glad they just put the chests on the mini-map.
Okay, so this is a story door. So the other door must not be story, but it would likely get dialogue. World dialogue. Right here, sir. We're going to the clock tower.
Oh. I think that's the midpoint door.
Ah, okay. So then the other one is this way then.
Like the middle area checkpoint. I haven't been paying that much attention to how the maps generate in this, but the first game always had a like middle area that one of the dungeons connected to on the other side of it. Usually, in adventure mode, they weren't always that consistent with those. Oh, liquid escapes just don't do anything while you're loading an area. Or starting a transition, I mean.
Now what you spawned down. Okay. The Great Sewers. Oh no. They really make you feel like you're in London.
Please. Yeah, I saw you did the same thing.
I saw a color. No, I didn't. I'm just colorblind. Okay. Thank you.
They're here.
Screw that guy in particular. Oh, the purple I saw was your gun.
Oh. Wait, I didn't have the cube gun out at the time though.
Oh. So maybe I am just crazy.
Here they are!
What? Oh, you're up there.
You deal with him, I'll deal with the people trying to explode you.
I just got dragged into the sewers. And
Are
instantly
you dead? What?
Well, we're already in the sewers. I got dragged into one of those low...
Great, yeah.
Yeah. Please
Was it
turn
the
on your
elite or was it?
flashlights.
Was it the elite
No.
right there? Or...
I mean, the
Oh.
elite was nearby, but I don't think it was related. I couldn't
Huh.
see terribly well, though, what exactly it was.
Well, don't do that next time.
There wasn't any QTE or anything, I just died.
You slipped and fell into the grate. Okay, well that was some movement my character just did. They're here.
That's a boss door.
Oh,
We should probably... Well, I'm gonna hope there's a minor bonfire. Oh my god, I got a great helm on.
you know what?
It doesn't look like there's any minor world stone. No, there was one.
See, I'm good like that. I'm just built different. Now, how big of a rat do you think you're about to face?
Oh, there was a little bit of a side area that we missed, but
We can go back for it.
yeah. I don't know, I get the feeling it's not gonna be a rat.
Ah, I got a rat. That's a sphere.
It's a giant...
That's an octopus.
It's a giant slug. Jellyfish slug thing.
Slugtopus. A beholder, perhaps.
What?
Oh, snap!
Okay, Bloat King.
Spear. Aim for the spear. The spear's only targeting me. Come on. That doesn't look... Okay, yeah. Oh, careful to not fall. There are slugs downstairs.
Oh, they are not happy about your dog.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
Loading up.
Is that cube you?
Yeah, it's the cube gun.
Okay. I didn't know the shield could move.
Yeah.
sorry if you needed that ammo.
No, I was just trying to get over here to put down a healing aura.
Ow, that one hurt.
Can't carry anymore.
This boss has way too much health for how
Well, yeah.
just uninteresting it is. This fight does not need this much HP.
Jeez, dude, stop it. First
Bone sap.
try. Your character is very pleased.
Oh, we need to go back and go through that other area.
Yes.
I'm glad they added the ability to climb higher walls, but it doesn't seem to work very consistently.
Yeah. I think my favorite piece of ammo was the one that was in the ceiling, that fight.
Uh-huh.
Did you see it?
Like fall down, or was it just stuck
No,
there?
it was just floating.
Okay. Sick. Because there
It
were things falling off the ceiling to give us ammo, but
Yeah. It it just, yeah.
wait. Oh,
Okay.
it connects over here.
Wee.
Hey, dude. He's friendly.
Sadly.
Oh, we just got
Oh.
Bloodborne fucking mind suckers.
We just both turned the corner and just, oh.
They can
They
fly?
they can fly now. Dog, go deal with that one. Don't work. Don't just sit there. Well, there's a purple on this one.
He dropped
He
it.
dropped it, I think.
It's a simulacrum. I think.
No, that's a key item, I think.
Oh no, you're right.
Simulacrums
Yeah,
are,
the
like,
simulacrums and
yellowy.
the key items have very similar glows, but I would be surprised if they put this world's simulacrum right there. Yeah.
I can make it.
Yeah,
I can make
think-
it.
Severed hand.
We
Sick.
shot his hand off. We legit went, this dude looks familiar, like he has something, and then there's a maniacal laughter going on.
Yeah, there's still more ones.
Oh, now he's crying and screaming because we took his hand.
Okay. This is it.
Okay, what?
Like, what? Oh, I backtracked on accident.
Stockpile charger. After picking up ammo, increases the damage of the ammo type by 13% for 20 seconds. Okay. Sure.
How did you get there?
Yes. Alright, what's the severed hand about?
It's a quest item. That
It
much
has
I
a ring
know.
on it. There it is. Interact. Ring of the Damned. Oh, that was it. That was the whole quest. Ring of the Damned increases all damage dealt by 10% while gray health is present. Okay. Sure.
Did I get the ring?
Check your
Ring of
quest
the- yeah,
items.
Okay.
If you
Yeah,
still
it
have...
won't. It wouldn't let me. I got it, but it wouldn't inspect it
Oh.
because I tried to inspect it at the same time you did, so it technically just didn't exist.
Oh. Huh.
Wee.
Okay, fuck this. I'm using the liquid escape again.
Cool deal. I just canceled it on accident.
These sewers are a little annoying to get through.
Yeah. Another player is attempting to travel.
Oh, okay. I have one level left before I get the last archetype skill that lets me just revive at range.
Nice.
And I think instantly heal? I don't know, medic seems really good in general. Hold on, do I have... Okay, yeah, you just don't have triage at all if you don't have medic equipped.
What do you mean? Triage the skill?
The trait.
I mean, yeah.
Triage is the trait that increases how much you heal from your relic.
Ah. Darn. They won't let me climb onto the table. Elevator. Uh-oh.
Yeah,
That
I was
felt
gonna
like a
guess it
trap.
didn't work. Nothing up here. Yeah.
What if I shoot the rope?
Oh, there's only actually one way to go. And that's that way, yeah.
Ow.
Got him.
Thank you, but ow.
Hi, how many of you are there right here?
All of the town. Oh my gosh.
I went through 108 bullets there. They just
Yeah.
kept coming.
Shit!
Yeah, it really is the whole town coming after us.
Nothing.
I'd hate to see what the weekend cookout's like. Hello, sir. Oh, now don't do this.
The relic I'm using does more healing over time instead of instantaneous, so just let it stay for a bit before you heal.
Well, I wasn't gonna heal anyways, cause life's still dog,
Oh, fair.
or at least not healing it.
Really? Nothing? Damn.
Surely.
Oh. I just noticed on the map that we missed something at the checkpoint. There actually was a path up to the second floor.
Was it the elevator though?
No. We tried the elevator like 3 times.
No, I mean like I didn't know if it was accessible now or not. Oh,
No,
I see.
there was
There's a
just a
ladder.
ladder outside.
You know, We're smart.
Very observant. We are.
Some might even say super.
Hello? Yeah, I was gonna say, there's no way you're just a gargoyle.
Do I need to come?
I
you
should be
got it?
fine.
This one looks dangerous!
Louis.
Here they come.
Yeah.
I'm gonna not go forward, but when you reach me, bring a bucket of water.
Okay.
There's a small fire.
Small. Somehow I get the
Yeah.
feeling it's not small.
Ooh. Also, I like the the descriptor of the quest we're on for called the segments. A giant ball of light told me to kill some powerful creatures to collect segments of the index. Sounds important. Sure.
Oh, that's where all that fighting noise is from. There's a huge fight going on in the streets between a bunch of random
Rats
enemies.
versus peoples.
I was listening to all the fighting noise, just like, there's no actual fighting going on that I can see, but I can hear it. Oh, fuck.
Careful to not, yeah. You good over there?
Yeah. I'll be fine.
Just standing in a town square. Black tar? Uh-oh. I did not mean to use that. I hear battle music. Is that for you? Oh, yes. I looked at stream and just see a horde of people coming downstairs.
It's fine. I have an LMG. Oh my god, it just keeps going. The tower just keeps going.
It was kind of tall when I saw it.
I didn't see how tall it was.
Honestly, I kind of hope there's like just an option to just jump off the tower
Oh,
when you reach
this
the
is
top.
the last floor. If there's a puzzle at the top of it,
Right where I
all of
want.
this.
Timekeeper's Jewel. Gonna have to tell time. Get the clocks in order. Bang, bong, bong, bang.
Oh. Increases the duration of status effects.
Oh. Hmm. That looks...
It's not gonna do anything because there's no gear. Or there's
Yeah.
a missing gear. But there's another...
So we gotta get the clock to move to drop that item.
And open the path to get
And
out
we've
there anyway.
activated the elevator. Let's go.
Yeah, it turns out the power was just off, and for some reason the switch was all the way at the top of the tower. Oh, hello.
You know. Oh, hello.
Also, I just remembered there was a chest up there that I forgot. Oh, okay. Yeah, it does go back. I thought it was one-way elevator.
One way or another. Got you in sights.
The rat's gone.
Apparently not, because the music's still popping off.
Everyone did worse than you. Yeah, okay.
Unless the rat got smart and took the stairs and is heading your way. Behind you! Can't dodge this.
There it is.
He did get smart and took the stairs. Uh-oh.
Hey, the battle music finally stopped.
I told you.
Well. Hmm.
I might be on Team Rat, not gonna lie.
Oh, okay. Cool. You didn't see that.
Oh, you died.
Yeah, if you were at area
Um,
transition, just go through it. Oh
I may
yeah,
need a bucket of
small
water.
fire. Please do not run all the way back to this checkpoint.
Oh, I'm not.
Okay. I can't
I'm
see the map.
going a proper direction. Wee.
Huh. Oh hey.
So do you want to do this first or the other one first?
This one is more important, probably.
Considering I see 2 story doors.
Surround them!
Your character didn't say that properly.
Yeah, there's 2 story doors in, then exclamation mark in there. So, yeah.
Climb back over. But your character said surround them with the same inflection as oh shoot.
We will end them!
John. Jason!
Jason.
Jason. It was the same inflection as Jason. Oh, I just got attacked, dog. Let's go.
We'll spill your blood, outsider!
I'm just trying to fill out
Be
the
careful.
map on my
I'm sure
end.
that's not the last.
Big rat.
Yeah, I see. You know, I think we could have done Apocalypse. Not Apocalypse, Nightmare. On our first playthrough.
Maybe.
With 2 people,
Maybe.
even hard is not that bad.
See the intruder!
small fire.
Small.
Nothing in this corner. Game? Game?
It's because I'm in traits.
Oh. Yeah, that would make sense.
Oh. Butt tooth stew. Uh-oh. Are we in Pompeii?
There's no lava around, so...
No, but they're charred figures that are just petrified.
What the hell do you think happened here?
Lamarck
Oh, that's just you
District.
walking through people. We got the flame root back as...
Think this guy has enough clocks?
Yo! Clocks!
Oh, this is probably where we get the gear for the tower. The clock tower.
Yo, you know what they say about clocks?
Oh, there was a chest outside that
Got-
we missed. Tell you what, you time it done stopped, just like the sky just halted forever. It's working, the clock tower that is, just like in the stories. Now I see it myself, I can't help keep this flywheel with me. It barely made it home as is.
Hey, do you see what time I need to make it?
Wait, what? Let me... So, what I'm getting from this lore document is some dude just stole a piece of the clock tower, so the clock tower couldn't turn, and time just stopped because of it.
I'm gonna brute force this.
It's the time that the clock tower shows,
What time does the clock tower show?
but it's in a different area. Yeah, none of the clocks in here. We're gonna have to go back out to look at it. Carson.
You go look at it, and I'll
I
stay here
can't,
and
it's
get
in a
it.
different area.
Oh. My bad.
We had to go through an area transition to get here.
Honestly, hold on. I'm really tempted to brute force it.
Does it... How far does the minute hand move? What increment?
Not many, cause there's not 12 hours on this clock. Only 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, weird. Still, I feel like there's gonna be too many possibilities to just brute force it.
No,
any
because I'm already
reasonable time.
I'm already halfway through the clock. You can explore this area.
There's nothing here.
It's just this.
We went through the entire area, yes. It's just this.
Bro. Alright, I've got 2 more. And then I'll see if it worked.
I didn't mean to yell, by the way.
Oh no, you're fine. My brute force was too fast and it didn't work.
Yeah, I don't know if I like how this Lito's armor looks. It's just a capacitor symbol.
This just in.
Oh, you... Okay, I didn't realize you... What?
Wait, look at the don't click it, but look at the clocks. Like the clock minimap. Does it say like time? Okay. I was gonna see if you
It was
could
a
see
bit
the
late.
time on the clock. Alright, I've got a clock drawn ready for the puzzle book.
I mean, I can just screenshot it.
Yeah, but I like using this notebook.
It looks like... 7:15?
Well, you see, that's the thing. There's only 8
That's-
dots instead of 12.
Yeah, 7 being the top left dot. It looks like
Okay.
the shorter hand is at 7 and the longer hand is at 3. Or,
Okay, I'm going to take the elevator all the way up just to double check.
you'd be looking at it backwards. And it's really
Yeah.
hard to see it from in there.
But I'll still do it. And I'll jump off the tower when I'm finished.
Okay.
I just want to jump off the tower and just watch myself. So it's 1, 2, third tick instead of at the 3.
Yeah, it's where the 3 would be, but it's at, or where the
No, like it's
yeah, where
it's
the
in
3
between
would
3 and 4.
yeah, it's where the 3 would be on a normal clock, but it's the second position on this one. 2
And
and
then
7.
I do believe that one is right.
I checked 2 different faces. They tell the same time, so
How do I get outside?
you can't from up there. Oh, you went down a bit.
Catch me!
What?
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 I can't. Give me a second.
Oh, that's you.
I don't know how
Also,
I
when I
survived
shoot
that.
you, your dog takes resist damage, so yeah, your dog does count as a summon.
That's awesome. I don't know how that jump survived.
It took
really
no damage.
shouldn't have. I know. It's awesome.
Lamarck District.
Rocket fuel. Sure, this may give you a quick burst of speed and power, but relying on it alone is a recipe for disaster. Just like real drugs.
I love getting high off of
Oh.
gasoline fumes to
Rocket fuel. Ow. Dog, help me.
For that.
We make a good team, you and I. To the clock. Dang, you beat me. I can't even get to do it. Nope, down 2 more.
ah.
That one. Now back to the clock tower.
Yup.
So that's all that this area is here for.
Yup.
That's kind of lame.
A little
Just
bit.
for that, those civilians never get to unburn.
I just noticed. The handles on the inside of Lito's armor just stick into my shoulder blade, or my collarbone.
Yeah. You want to take the elevator up with me, or you want me to do it?
I'll go up with you. I was just switching my armor back.
You ready? Be quick.
It takes a bit.
Oh, the dog made it.
The dog clips through the... And it just... Okay, goodbye.
Bye bye. See you later. Bye bye. Hello. Bye bye.
Fuck, where does it want me to be? To interact
Right
with
there.
this? Wait, what? There is a ping.
What? How'd you do that?
That wasn't me. That
I
might have
didn't
been
do
the
it.
game. That might have just been the game trying to get our attention to look at the... Okay, we have unstopped time. Get on the elevator. Oh, goodbye.
Huh?
Oh wait,
I'll
that's
race you
another
down.
quest item. No, it's a material.
I beat you.
What? This game is so dumb. What the fuck?
I wonder if
Fall
it's
damage
because
is
the dog.
broken.
Does the dog take my fall damage?
That might be part of it. That would be really fucking stupid if it...
It'd be really funny. Next time I do that, I need to see if the dog takes damage or not. Cause like I don't have a fall damage ring on.
Oh man, this dude's top hat.
Oh, yo, can I have it?
It's a picture.
Should have been me.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't like this. I'm having flashbacks to a stream I watched.
Very few of us feel we're mentally ill, you know? Watch yourself. She's here.
How are you talking?
You're
You
not
have a
crazy.
muzzle.
For all I know, you're as crazy. Nope. Can't sleep. That's what it wants you to do.
What if I take a nap?
Do you hear that? I said we're done.
Let's talk to this one.
Talking.
He's
The
shaking.
games, they vegetise you like a tranquilizer. No more talking. Look, listen, kneel, pray. How many teeth? I can't remember. I miss her. She brought me candy.
We need to take them down!
Oh, it's a door. Was this door open when we came in?
I think so. Well. Of course it's locked.
The house disagrees.
Together, lad!
What? Oh, I was gonna make a joke.
It's changed. Lord has.
Bro, I keep seeing these ghosts, man.
Someone should look for
There's a
Kill the trespassers!
Do you like spiders?
okay.
Okay.
What was I supposed to do?
Get down!
Okay. Another combination safe.
I just broke that table on accident.
Wrong with me. I will never get it.
Where's the safe? Oh, I see. I'm blind.
Hi, Cinnamon.
What is wrong with me? I will never get
The book doesn't have anything about a code.
Dang.
I just skimmed it, but
I fear we're gonna have to find out this way. Oh, hello, slugs. Y'all weren't there a second ago. Oh, would
That's
you like
gonna-
to know something related to summonings? Or like an ability you can get for summons?
no,
Okay.
not yet.
Escape patience!
Wee. Oh, there's another.
Another locked door.
Like spiders.
Huh. There's the simulacrum. Simulacrums are more yellow.
So we need an item for this, but I don't know what. Ammo box.
Shock device. New amulet. Increases shock damage, but it's the talisman of the sun, but for shock.
Hey bud.
Here.
You walked into Romeo and just blasted you.
It's fine.
Where did he go?
He went into the.
Yeah. Bingo bingo bongo.
Dreamed it.
So we're in a psych ward.
Yeah.
That's always fun.
What is it? Oh. My staff put me in here. As if I were a common patient. I honestly did not think
Oh, hey.
you were capable. No matter. It's a blessing, really. Gives me time to complete this damned sculpture in my very dreams. The Night Weaver herself.
Oh,
I
hey.
sleep and she feeds upon me.
I'm gonna wait for you.
See her features clear as day. But when I wake, they fade like misted breath in the winter air. I've sculpted several versions now. No single sculpture was accurate, but I suspect the gestalt of them might.
Oh, they actually say
my
gestalt
memory.
correctly.
Alas, I've lost them all. How long ago? I could not even say. Have you found something? Oh my, yes, thank you, stranger. I will not soon forget this kindness. Those incompetent nurses wrested this from my hands when they tried to silence me. That is precisely what I'm trying to ascertain. If you would but leave me to my work. Elementary psychology, my dear. The same methods we use on our patients. The arts have a remarkable way of breaking through our brains' natural blockades. I'm sorry, I really don't have time for my whole life story. I must complete this sculpture. Because I'm insane, dear. Was that unclear? No, I just didn't expect my pathetic staff to have the wherewithal to rise up against me. Quite surprising. That's a bit of a story. I had been seeing a Nightweaver in my sleep. And for a time, I found solace confiding in my patients. That is severely unprofessional, as you might imagine, and I felt terribly guilty about it. So, after many sleepless, a look of patronizing pity. Shortly after the nurses cornered me in my days, I cried out for someone, anyone. I was, yes. Goodness knows what those fools have done in my absence. The patients run rampant.
Oh, I also found out where to find the
The
lockbox.
patients here, despite the ineptitude of the nurses,
Oh,
staff,
okay.
our patients are treated quite well. Or so they were.
I don't know
Something
where,
else?
I was just given a
Yes,
hint.
yes.
It is in that area.
Okay. I figured it had to be, but we were just missing something.
Use that ammo box, get some ammo ready. The mini boss.
Why?
Or that. That works too, actually.
Oh, hey.
Yippee. Striker. Third floor asylum key. So now the question is, how do we get the gate open?
I don't know.
Hmm. Uh-huh.
Above you!
Ah. These... I don't know if you've seen them, but there's some enemies that have a bunch of armor, like plate-ish armor on. These guys. Fine. Oh, well.
Oh,
I guess just look on my stream. These guys,
yeah.
these plate guys, counterintuitively take almost... They're considered armored to gunshots, but not to melee weapons, which is the opposite of how plate armor would realistically work, but...
Bludgeoning. Another.
Yeah, you weren't there when I was talking to her, but I gave one of those to a lady and she said that...
Bring me more, please.
Yeah, she basically said, bring me all of them.
That looks suspicious.
It's also the one with the exclamation mark over it. The other ones do have... I don't know, the other ones apparently are plot related. So... we probably should just go through that one first. But there was another locked door, and I think we have all of her stone carvings anyway.
Let's see.
So I wanted to go turn in.
Remember.
Oh, I should have done something. I should have done something.
Gotta reload!
Other one.
I know, I was
Did you
just...
again,
we also picked up a
stranger?
prison cell key,
No one
so...
else has.
Ah.
Eyes up.
Oh, it's for her door.
Might not be over.
Another. Yes, indeed. I thought these lost forever, but with the world shifting and all. They're so alike, aren't they? So similar, yet not. Like the many aspects of the Night Weaver herself.
The Night Weaver.
I remember now. Of a little corny barrow slept and dreamed he saw a sight of teeth and trails and darkened veils and unforgiving light. 2 shiny copper teeth removed from 9 discarded cones, and 7 yellow leaves excised from 1 forgotten tome. So little corny barrow slept and dreamed he had a fright. But when he woke, he remembered not, but cold forgotten light. I suppose it doesn't make much sense. But that is trying to remember. It's difficult to explain. Perhaps that's why it feels so insane. The patients spoke of it first. Some great change, unseen monsters, and of course, this Night Weaver. I thought it a kind of mass hysteria. The fact that some outside these walls made the same claims only confirmed it for me. A kind of psychological infection.
Oh.
I may have. She came to me in my sleep. Just as the patients described, I could see her in my dreams. Even as those dreams slipped away, and all I was left with was darkness. I woke terrified. Unable to even speak. I saw it then. The changes in the world that I could not see before. Cracks. I saw the way the others would become angry or apathetic toward, as if they saw the same but wished to convince themselves they hadn't. How complacent of you to assume I can be sure of anything anymore. I am, or was, a medical practitioner. I'm sure of nothing. If just an old tune my mother, I don't know what it means. But they say song is how we trick our brains into it. And it feels like the Night Wind. Of course. Do you need... Wait.
Oh. She's just not actually here.
Oh. Does that one go in this one?
Well, I don't see anything on this doll. Oh wait, I'm glad I recorded that song.
I remember now. What a little corny sparrow slept and dreamed he saw a sight of teeth and
Why is that?
trees and golden bells and
Hold on.
unfading light. Two shiny
2971.
moved from
The safe code.
Okay.
Gotta keep 'em safe. Gotta keep 'em safe. from
Try
the crazy.
putting the new, like the full statue in that spider web. I don't think it'll do anything, but
You went the wrong
something
way.
goes. Yes, but also no.
Carson.
What?
Why does she have a double-barreled pistol in her safe?
I like it.
Okay, so is it a shotgun? Or... It's the shotgun. Sick.
It's changed.
Oh. That's good. That's clean.
No. I didn't see why it would do anything.
Well, I don't either, but I don't know what goes there.
Probably something from one of these side area, not side areas, the plot dungeons that we haven't been doing. We've been ignoring.
Yeah.
Tore a leg off.
How are you, Cinnamon? I forgot to ask. Alrighty. So are we gonna get a cutscene explaining how we're doing this, or no? We're just okay.
Magic.
I mean, it's clearly an outline of a door, but
It's magic. Oh. Are
Nimue's Retreat. Nimue is a name that I recognize.
you know where we are?
I don't like the looks
We're
of
in
this.
Lothric. Not Lothric. The good one.
Lordran?
No, the one from Dark Souls 1 with the bows.
And Orlando.
And Orlando.
It does kind of look like an Orlando. From outside, anyway. The inside is... The inside's kind of reminding me
Inside
of,
that
Savathun's
one
Throne
area.
World in Destiny.
Never mind. I thought the same thing.
You haven't played Destiny 2.
Nope.
What?
It's downloaded.
Oh, I don't
I was
have it
tempted to-
downloaded.
I was tempted to play it, and then I just haven't. This is all you, big guy.
Oh! You!
How intriguing. It would seem this twisted world is not yet depleted of surprises. I greet you, then, and welcome you to the realm of the Fae, or what so remains. I am Numue, artisan, seer, goddess of the Fae, and counselor to the one true king. Or so I was. Still, it is my gift to see what cannot be seen, and to forge what cannot be forged. So then, strange one, what brings you thus before me?
Blue goddess.
Yep.
You are not the only soul seeking answers thus. There was another, a denizen of these kingdoms twain, and my answer for him was that which I now tell you. You have been marked as prey, like a grazing beast in the eyes of a creature unlike anything else in this twined world. The once beautiful Nightweaver. Just so. The scent is as strong on you as it was on him. You cannot escape her. She may not come for you now, but she will come. When she finds you, you cannot survive. Unless you might hunt her first. Seek her out, strange one. Carry the heart of one of her recent victims to her realm, and slay her before she begins the hunt. Perhaps she is a powerful creature of the kind you seek. I can send you to her hunting grounds. It is the only aid I will grant, though it bring you more hardship than help. Seek out her nest. It will be a place of untold woe and suffering. Indeed, you must have passed through this dwelling already to have her mark upon you thus. A goddess, strange one. The everlasting goddess of dreams. Beloved and beatified by all Fae. Alas, she is no longer thus. When our world was debauched, so also was she. We are all of us lost in this colloidal kingdom. Be warned. Said grounds are ruled only by chaos and discord. There is much to fear besides the creature herself. Be certain you are prepared. So it shall be. Fare thee well, strange one.
Hey.
Okay.
What was that?
What was what?
Noise that you just made. Blue.
Burp.
Oh. Very weird burp.
I was trying to keep it quiet, so it just sort of, yeah. I got it. Are we back at the start of the game? Or not the game, the intro?
It seems to be the same layout, but there was a equipment item where the book was the first time. So.
Oh, this is new. Blind kid. Don't worry, my gun's ready. Okay.
He's green.
That don't mean anything. My gun was ready even if he was a good kid. There are dogs.
Yeah, I've seen them.
Or, well, pigs.
God damn, this child does
You go.
not wait.
You go. I got these dudes.
Okay, this is a very different layout now. I think it was just
Yeah.
coincident.
It was
liking
just
this at all.
yeah, tile.
It- Well, the child disappeared into a hole.
Like a hole?
This hole.
Huh. Oh, I found them.
What? That's shooting at us. Oh, okay.
Rumpelstiltskin. Your kid
I'm
was
guessing
a
this is
Hummer.
the Night Weaver.
Oh, you know, you might be right. She's quiet and doesn't say anything, and she looks. Oh, she doesn't say anything because her mouth is sewn shut.
Oh.
I would be upset too.
Together, Dran!
Where art thou? I see thou.
We should probably go back to the ward at some point.
Oh, I'm sure they're fine. Ooh, the sky is very pretty.
Yeah. I think there's just an upgrade material there.
I wonder if I can.
There is a side dungeon over here. Oh, I don't know where I recognize Nimue. She's one of the ladies of the lake,
Ah.
I think. Yes.
Strong.
She is. She's the main one, I think, actually. aside from Morgan Le Fay and
Morgana.
um, Vivian is the
This
other one.
place is like nothing I've ever seen.
Also, yeah, Morgan Le Fay is one of the ladies of the lake in some versions.
Yes. Where are we heading, Bo?
Back to the ward.
Oh, oh no! We haven't done any bosses, have we? Not like proper bosses.
You again.
Not major ones, no.
Alright.
Broken time.
Time
piece.
lapse creates a 6-meter blast which freezes all standard enemies.
Dang.
Dealing
Oh,
damage to
bone
frozen
sap.
enemies immediately breaks the time lapse effect, applying slow for the remaining duration.
I forgot we did kill that giant slime.
That was just a minor boss, though.
No, I know. I forgot about it though. Can I upgrade my weapons?
Okay, that's all you get. Bye now.
How goes it, friend?
Up to +8. Yeah, sure.
Sweet.
That's what I could get to.
Take care, my friend.
Hey! Hey, over here! Hey!
Oh, do you want to go to the court and
Oh, yeah, we
get
should do
that
that.
box?
Take care of yourself, you hear me?
Hey again. I can be sure to come back for some stew.
+8, here we go. Let me see if I took a screenshot.
How's the...
Of
Riggs could help me out. I should stop by sometime.
Of what?
The hint I had saved for trying to
Oh,
find it.
yeah.
Those guns at Brabus-Cells are better
I
from
don't
killing than
Almost heaven.
Yeah, that'll do. Watch your back.
I don't know if I want to switch to handler or hunter after I get medic maxed out. When we don't need medic, I mean.
Quality.
Shaking in the river. Just to finish Vigor. I've got one more to go, and then that's Matt as well as Bark Skin Matt. I was looking for something. I'm not ignoring you.
Farewell.
You won't shut up.
I'm not a stranger. do. Oh, yeah, I done forgot what I was doing.
Those guns at Bradley sells.
Screenshots.
Oh.
All right then, one. Keep your gun loaded and your wits about you.
Oh, I won't say everything, so don't worry. But that
Go
you
ahead.
have to be that area that I said you need to like basically your armor and everything is a cheat code basically.
Yeah.
You have to be level 10 in one of the archetypes. Level
Something with a longer barrel.
what is that? Oh, level 5 or more dual archetype. A set weapon specific weapon. Cube gun is the specific one of the weapons, by the
Oh,
way.
nice.
Trap out of that
An
one.
amulet, a ring, and a... So, like, you are the cheat code.
Wow.
I bet Riggs could help me out. I should stop by sometime.
Okay. I have pulled up where to find the lockbox, but I don't
Okay.
quite understand, so we
Don't
may
do
just
anything I would
explore
do.
anyways. Pretty much, yeah.
Traveler. I knew you'd say. Until next time.
Well.
How's the...
Guns at Bradley sells.
Now we're talking.
Better for killing, huh?
I should head back to the ward and see if Wallace knows what this
All right
is.
then, Wanderer. 2 shots center mass and 1 to the head.
Hey, Brevis makes a reference to the Mozambique technique.
I see. I knew you'd. Until next time.
Want to see a trick?
Right.
You don't see it again? Oh, this tree
I just
branch
realized that
saved
Lito's... I've been using Lito's, greaves, and they clip through my coat.
you. Yeah. There. Oh, well, the coat's gone. So yeah, Widow's Court,
Oh, shit.
Geisha.
I went back to the dungeon we were just at.
Oh.
I just hit return to last.
Yeah. Boom, 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 boom.
Alright.
Okay. So it says at the castle.
Okay.
Which I think that means the big thing.
Probably.
Because it says under the castle. But I don't quite understand.
Is that
Oh,
Archer on me?
actually, yeah, I killed it.
Okay.
Oh, there was another apparent.
No.
Not on me. No, I still take fall damage. So I don't know why the tower fall damage just doesn't. So under, I think I know where. Yeah.
Oh. You can't make that.
No, but you can make that.
Oh. Whack. I've been down here before, but
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have the key yet, I don't think. Anyway.
A lit brazier. This? Yeah. So,
Oh!
come on, Pooch. Okay, well, bye.
Found it.
Found it indeed. Dang, it won't let me on the bed. Looks comfy. Oh, and now we're up here. I survived that somehow?
Water. Just use
Yeah,
the
but I
liquid
thought it
escape.
would... Well, see, that's why I did that, because I thought it was gonna kill me. Now I'm drowning. So, do we return the box or open it?
Game, please. Um... We have been working with them so far. We might as well
Okay.
go return it.
Very well.
Red throne.
See, look behind us.
Yeah, we already came through that way.
Yeah, that's the one we opened.
Yeah, we opened all of them.
What is it? Be brief.
Impossible. Does it know what it holds? Where did it find this?
The Paxotech's eyes are as effectual as its weapons. It is both wise and kind to return this to Her Majesty. It has not opened it. Its restraint is unexpected. It will be exchanged with gratitude. In this service, the Paxotech has demonstrated a loyalty her eternity had not thought possible. It has blessed this aged throne more than any before it. Approach, Paxotech. Take this gift with our blessing. From this
Red
day
Doe sigil.
forward, be known as Kauthez the Dutiful, the Hand of the Empress. What is it? Be brief. Her Eternal Highness has read the histories of Yesha's skies. She alone appreciates the omens this celestial sanguination portends. Fear not the Blood Moon Paxotech, for it ushers in a new Pan-era, a renaissance blessed by blood. Perhaps not all Paxotech are...
It's more relic healing effectiveness. Whoa. I definitely needed that as a medic.
Also, you know how it gave you, like, at the beginning, the option to fight those dudes?
Yeah.
So you kill those 4 guards, and then she's like, okay, so anyways, you want to kill this thing for me?
Cool.
They just don't care. They're like, sure, you got your anger out now.
Oh.
Bum, bum, bum. Peaceful.
Okay. Now back to the other court. Council chamber.
You saw it, right? Yeah. We had the same idea. That's awesome. Is Remnant 3 or 4 people squads?
The first one was 3. I don't know about this one.
Okay.
Stone of Malevolence. Elemental damage generates 15% additional mod power.
Ooh. Hot shot.
Um, I mean, that's just gonna generate additional mod power for your other gun and nothing else. While Hotshot's active. What do these do?
Stew. What did it do?
It gave me... Oh, it's a passive healing buff. Healing over time. Ah, fuck.
Oh.
That's odd.
Just a bit. Oh. Oh, they're not statues. He's a good boy.
These are the same pictures that are in the...
The ward.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go. Oh, he has reached.
Thanks.
What is it? These are a lot of breakables.
Haven't
caught
been
myself
bothering
on
to break
fire.
things because they seem to have a much lower drop rate in this game. Hi, Lila. You changed your username. Oh, hello.
Yeah, they keep running past me straight to you.
Oh, profile pictures are so hard to get to on Twitch, so I probably wouldn't have noticed if you hadn't said something. Oh, you're edgy.
Won't fit.
Oh,
Bluey.
I don't think I ever noticed, to be honest. So, what the fuck? Hmm. I'm not gonna go through that quite yet. I kind of just ignored the... Oh shit. There's just 3 random dudes in here.
Like, oh,
Greetings, petitioner.
it's the council.
If that is what you are. Step to the podium.
A foreigner? This promises to be a colossal
Wow,
waste of
rude.
time.
Don't
It
make me
lives in our
shoot you.
kingdom, does it not? I at least am interested in what it might have to say.
Ah,
Hail, stranger. I am Sivan, speaker of the One True King's Council. State your nature and business for the record, please.
Your nature, yes. What are you exactly? You're not one of the... well, what do they call themselves? The Dran, are you? Neither Fae nor Dran. How very curious. Tell us more about this Earth.
Oh, Niall, you waste our time. The Fae have more imperative matters that require our attention.
Oniril speaks true. Please, petitioner, briefly state your business before the council.
Great power, you say? And why would you seek such entities? Ugh, how conveniently vague. If you find such magical solutions, do return to us. For the Fae will have better use for them than you.
What he means, petitioner, is that the only power that remains in this kingdom is political. Nothing more.
There is the imposter.
Yes, the imposter may be
Arson.
exactly what you seek, but if so, we cannot
Sus.
help. We have troubles of our own first.
look,
You
I'm on
have
the
wasted
council,
quite enough
guys.
of our time, foreigner. The Fae have...
Oniril speaks true, but a thought occurs to me. Perhaps this stranger could be of use to us. Our kingdom has been thrust into chaos, stranger.
I'm one of them.
The one true king has been usurped by an impostor, aided by someone on this council, no less.
but we know not whom. If you will accede, Fey law allows for an independent party to aid our investigation. Perhaps your eyes can bring clarity where our trust has failed. Do you accept? That is wise. You are under no commitment unless and until you choose to make an accusation. That said, should you come across sufficient evidence, you are permitted, within certain conditions, to accuse one of those seated here, and this body will consider the accusation. As you will,
You
stranger.
are the imposter.
Should you find evidence, though, bring it before us.
Okay, there was at least one book. But I get the feeling it's gonna be related to that mirror. And having to go through it.
This is a mirror. No, it's just glass. Huh. I like the music.
I haven't been paying a ton of attention to it.
Really makes you feel like an imposter.
Shut up. Either the mirror
I broke
or...
a chair.
I think it might have something to do with that room that we couldn't get into.
What are those things on the mini map? Or the big map, I mean.
Hold on. The one right next to where I am right now? In white?
Yes.
It's the healing fountain thing.
Ah.
How did we get into that room?
What room are you looking for?
Right here. I can't... There's a door right here and I can't open it.
Ah. Go... Hold on. I would tell you directions, but I've got stream delay.
I feel like we should check that mirror first.
Well, I think I know how to get to that room.
I tried to
I've
look
just gotta
into it
get
from
there.
here, but there's no hole. Wall's solid. I tried like 4 times already.
No, I know. I didn't know if it had a item needed or
No.
if it's just...
It doesn't pull up a key item inventory or anything.
These dudes are really tall.
Yeah, they're statues.
And I know, but disproportionate too.
I don't know about disproportionate when they're not human.
Touche.
It's... The mirror is very weird to me because it has...
Story and
It says it's
side.
unexplored, so it's not a connection to the prior area. And having another dungeon is not something this game does. So it's probably related to this one.
Not gonna lie, I'm very lost.
The only other thing of note here, besides that mirror and that room we can't get into, is this book.
What does it say?
The Truth of the Ceruleans.
Hmm.
The only name mentioned in here is Nimlith, which is not one of the council members' names. So. Oh, there's... What? Why is this one page?
Scroll.
Why is this one page? What the fuck?
They wrote very small.
Oh, now they're talking about the council somewhere in here.
Shandala.
Yeah, the only other name I'm seeing is Shandala, which I don't think was one of the council.
It was something with an O, something with an N, and then a different lady. If I do this, does it? No. Oh, I've cracked the book.
Let's go.
Hold on.
Oh, are you reading the book?
Yeah. Seeing if I've picked up any other names as well.
I was just skimming, but I didn't. I only saw the two. Yup. It's definitely in here somewhere.
Oh. I'm in combat.
Yeah.
Man. Spawn campers. Never get old.
cube gun. Oh, okay. Wait, I just realized with the oh my god, what the fuck? With the medic's ability to get extra extra relic charges from healing, you can just shoot them to damage them so they heal more. They drop acid when they die.
Yeah.
You noticed.
It's rough.
Oh, it was a mirror. We're on the other side of it now. You can see them down there.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is different here?
Did I do that? Oh, no, I didn't do that. Well, I mean, I did, but I didn't. Yeah, I'm down.
Oh, again.
Yeah, the dog doesn't want to kill me.
This isn't looking good. Thanks a lot.
Hey, I got Revivalist.
Yippee. Oh, there's buttons.
Ah, yeah. That I was gonna say, it looks like there's symbols
Red
that
sus.
that are mismatched. I get why now. It was Savon, the other one. Onoril and something, I don't know.
Oh, the
door behind it.
I thought the glass was breaking.
Yes, same. Oh.
Is it the one true king?
The imposter, anyway.
Yo, dude's got a big head. Can I shoot him?
He's not.
Not real.
Yeah.
We're in the mirror dimension.
Assassin's seal.
Well, now how come I didn't make that jump, but you did? So do you go tell them that the imposter has a big head? I mean, that's all I'm gathering from here.
Alright, what does this do? I'm gonna guess damage from behind.
Crit.
Reduces enemy awareness and increases damage dealt to enemies not targeting wearer. Okay. So if you want made a tank, you could put that on, and it would. I'm guessing it would. Um.
It also helped my dog. Because my dog also is supposed to be drawing aggro.
Okay, well that
Darn.
that
Looks like
didn't
I'm
tell us
full up.
anything. Wait. It is said truly that no weapon forged or wielded by the Fae can kill the one true king. What the impostor realized, however, is that one does not need to kill a king in order to depose him. Okay, I'm not seeing anything in... like, nothing on the ring. Or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Wait.
Hmm.
This is a mirror of where we were, right?
It's a mirror world.
Are we able to go to that one area that you were trying to unlock the door of? Or open the door of?
I considered, but it
No.
doesn't look like we can, even though it's on the map.
Yeah. So all the doors are shut.
Yeah.
Wait, what is this? Book.
Wait, what?
Scribe of the laybys. Scribe.
Oh, there's another book.
Birth of the Fae. The Council. I made one an architect for centuries. She crafted them as one.
There's no names or mention of the council in the other book.
My counselor, Nemune.
The goddess?
Yep.
Yeah, she mentioned... Wait, Carson.
Yeah.
What if we just go ask Nimune? Or Nimue.
I mean, that's also a possibility. I'm looking Nightweaver. And there are others. The council murder the other two if she thought she could get away with it. A mixed child and his mother, one safely subjugated, one who I fear will be the advisor who plots against me even now, even knowing such plots are in vain. But does it say a name?
There was only one girl.
The Nightweaver is adept at her work, guiding the Fae through pleasure and passion and sorrow, but I can see her true desires as clearly as my own. Her penchant towards fear, she tastes for darkness. Her I must watch over constantly, lest the Fae suffer night and day, lest she find her joy in terror. And then it says there are other 2 in the council members. Okay, what must become of the Fae? And I thought there were 2 female and 1 male in the council.
Oh, this one has multiple pages instead of just a stupidly long scroll bar.
Come on, Pooch.
Alright. Hmm.
Her.
Hmm.
Her. Antidote. Ow. I say we go ask her before talking to the actual council.
I also wanted to... I'm going the wrong way.
Are we? Oh, yeah, we were.
There's no books here in this version. I'm not gonna talk to the council, but I did want to see... No, the door is still closed in this version.
Bro, this armor is pretty bullet resistant.
Oh, I wanted to check.
This isn't looking good. Oh, thanks a lot. Whew. Thanks a lot.
No. The keys, descriptions don't say anything. There might have been something if we inspected the key, but that's a bit late for that. I'm thinking um, the room that's locked that we can't get into is going to be our reward for guessing the traitor correctly.
they
Oh, she has a shop
numb you.
Oh,
with a bunch of question marks. And a ring.
and a
And
needle.
consumables.
We love a good old needle.
Farewell for now. You are as do the one true king rules this kingdom with an iron fist, mollifying his subjects with promises of freedom and prosperity. And to be sure, there was prosperity for some. Those who did not offer praise and fealty, who did not share in the royal values, who were deemed unworthy in myriad ways, their prosperity was taken and given to the favored. It was freedom for some at a cost to many, and eventually there were some who sought to plot against him. And so, one tyrant was replaced with another. The one true king was inviolate, but the impostor called upon a dark magic, and thus were two kingdoms twined, and thus chaos surrounding. Before his deposition, there were those who believed it foolishness to oppose the one true king, that our very world relied upon his rule. This turned out to be true. I saw it myself at the end. In the final seconds before our kingdoms collided, the twining was not mere coincidence, nor punishment. It was an inevitable consequence. Two worlds ruined by the hubris of the one. Alas that I did not see it sooner. It is amusing that you think I owe you anything at all, strange one. I have told you all that I wish to, just... Certainly, strange one. As... Oh, you have not... One can see hints of it here and there, I will find a way to restore it. Indeed, to voice it would raise my hope. Oh, you have... One can... I will find... Alas, no. See to your own concerns, straight. Certainly. Numb you.
Well,
What? So
The strange one returned.
she basically said someone killed the one true king, and that's what put us in this situation. And that was it.
Farewell for now, then.
was the one true king the imposter all along? Because it said he got replaced, right?
He was assassinated so someone else could take over. So yes, he was replaced, but
Wait, where? Oh, I didn't realize you died. I was looking on the map trying to find you.
There's something else I want to try, but it's gonna mean going back into the fucking mirror again.
We love the mirror. Here, I'll stay back in the real world. You go into the mirror world.
We can't do that.
I know, but we will find a way.
Because if it required inspecting the keys that we had, we can't pick them back up anymore. It will not let us interact with them again.
Ow. I hate when bats infest my house.
Yeah, we can't interact with them again.
Hmm. I think I know who the imposter is.
Hmm.
Can't carry any more
I
of that.
think it is the one that starts with an N. Because she did most of the talking. And if I know anything about finding out who's suspicious, it's usually the one talking and pointing fingers.
I... Oh!
Oh, hey!
It was the... It had, the red one's symbol. And I am also getting fucking... I'm fine.
Okay.
A small
See, I
red jewel
told
is set
you.
into the hilt, carved with a symbol that looks like an eye.
Told you red is sus.
Shit, I... Oh. Rail.
Red is the middle seat.
We still have the key.
Yeah.
Okay.
all players in there. Decayed margin.
I do wanna... Also...
Mm-hmm.
Why would the assassin put his sigil on the fucking murder weapon and leave it in the body?
Well, you see, that was in the mirror world. In the real world, that didn't happen.
Okay. Sure.
So now you may be asking, what's the difference?
You. The one in the
Hello
middle.
there. Yeah, it makes sense. I always said it's the one in the middle.
Oh, the foreigner. Here to waste more of our time.
Tread carefully now, stranger. For Fey law is strict and swift, and you stand to accuse one of its highest-ranking members.
If
Oh,
you
there were
accuse
2
one of
women.
us, you must have evidence.
Or at least 2
New
with feminine
evidence to
voices.
support your claim. The penalty for frivolous accusations against the council is steep.
It is death, foreigner. At least for you. Swift and immediate.
Are you prepared to make an accusation according to our laws? Such is our law.
Don't like it? Be gone.
Then speak. Who among us aided the imposter?
What? Preposterous! I won't ask you for proof of such a frivolous accusation, for there is none you could have. What is that? It has nothing to do with me.
Is that not your crest on the dagger, Onaril?
Fake then. The foreigner is casting aspersions on my character.
Your character needs no external aspersions to expose it. Savan, would you please confirm?
I do confirm. This dagger is proof of your guilt, Onira. What I don't understand is why. You have always sought refuge in the law.
That law became a mockery, a facade to protect him. With the king removed, I hoped we could finally rule as was our intent. I could not know that imposter would be one and the same. I could not know this beast would prove at all resourceful. May you die a worse death than all of us.
You have broken both Fey law and our trust, and must now face the consequences.
So tall.
Damn.
I was ready for a fight. Never mind. They had it taken care of.
I should not be grateful for the death of any Fae, but I am relieved.
Here, stranger. Take this as thanks for your service to our council. Now
Ornate
go,
blade.
stranger. For there is much to
Do
be
you-
done, and you need have no part in it.
Okay, my dog was gone during that entire encounter. Like, the noises were still there and whining, but nothing visible. Like, yeah. Ah. You
I
shall
like
not
this.
Pass. Nice. I like my staff. What's the plan?
We still haven't figured out that door.
Yeah.
I love that the council just does not care about us going on a rampage through their fucking chamber multiple times.
Hey, bud.
Yeah.
He's right here.
Yeah.
Also have some kind of purple status effect, and I don't know what that is.
Curse.
Oh.
Nimue's ring was prevents curse blight, and it had a purple icon. Nope.
Hey.
What the fuck? What even... Like, what?
There was a painting, and I just started shooting all the paintings, and eventually I found it.
There's a ton of... Oh, of course there's a fucking mutator boss down here.
Yeah. I don't like Vortex, you know?
That seems really stupid.
I can't escape.
He's still
I'm
aggroed on
actually-
you instead?
I'm stuck inside of him. We are apart. We are one.
Holy shit, he does so much damage!
Oh, she getting dragged. Oh.
Let me put on Talisman of the Sun. And
Even with the awareness and 2 people having more aggro than me, he only wanted me, dude.
Put on the assassin's ring if you haven't already.
I do.
Okay.
That's what I was saying. Even with that, I was still on the aggro. And then I got stuck inside and just, yeah.
Incoming! Keep shooting!
Where are you?
I went on ahead. I just kept running because they lose.
You could have said that.
Shoot. Well, I thought you saw me continuing to run.
No.
Alright, come and get some!
We can
No,
make it
it's
in
definitely
a single
faster
sprint.
to go this way.
Just don't stop running and we should be fine.
How did you get past both of us, but I was still stuck on that enemy after I stood back up?
Got water on there, I guess.
Go to the left.
I was gonna stay up top.
Oh, that works too.
Let me know when you're ready for me to fire.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. No, I can't.
No, just stay there. Because he's still trying to get to you or your dog and just completely ignoring me. Okay, now he's on me.
I've got him back. This works. Oh. There we go. I was gonna say try and get him out. Hey, big guy. Come to me. Don't come to me. I am the threat. I think I can get him.
No, he's looking at you now.
Yeah. Sweet.
That was a mess. Even with
Oh,
the
they're called
cheesy strategy.
aberrations.
Oh, do you get a
I got a trophy, yeah.
revive speed? Woo.
Behind you.
What the fuck are you?
The nasty one. It's the nasty one. I fought one earlier.
Oh, in the mirror, yeah. Ow. Hmm.
Hey.
What? Oh, you can just climb up there. Okay. Ornate flail?
Ooh.
Bruh.
And now we are here.
Which is still...
Not
Oh, no,
where we
it
were.
connects into that
Oh.
room that we were trying to get into.
Okay.
Oh. Sapphire Dreamstone.
That
I think
is
we're
critical
good.
hits reduce skill cooldowns by 3%. Can only happen once every 2 seconds.
Oh. Damn. I was gonna say, if that's just a thing you can do, then that's really fucking dumb with the Radiant Armor, mutator.
Where'd you go? You go back down?
There was another room that we hadn't gone into, but there's nothing.
Oh.
So I'm gonna liquid escape and use the bathroom really quick.
Okay. No. Nothing.
This ain't looking good.
I'm sorry, stranger, but we cannot see you at this time.
Oh no.
Ah. Wait. Ah. There we go.
Ah,
Sorry.
nah, you're fine. I realized or remembered that I haven't done my Honkai dailies.
Uh-oh. Did you actually sing sea shanties?
No,
Okay.
I don't know any. I need to learn some.
I decided to get a snack, and then I decided, I have some, like, packets of microwave brownie and microwave cookie mix, so I put one of each in
Ooh.
my mug and mixed them together, so that also took twice as long as it would have normally to make.
Hey, that's sounds good.
It's decent. The brownie is kind of overpowering the cookie mix.
Yeah. I I used the restroom and grabbed me a donut.
Nice. Come on, shut up. Oh.
Bing, bing, bong. Okay.
Oh, we hadn't actually found where the next story door is.
Oh.
You good?
Okay. Yeah, I was just getting in position for gaming. I still wish to know how to open that gate.
Here we go.
Outsiders!
Oh, hey. You good? Just hear a tripod sound effect and then...
What?
That was rough.
Tripod from, World... or War of the Worlds. Also, I'll be
Oh.
right back.
It's been forever since I've watched that.
Can't escape my aim.
Oh, I haven't upgraded this one, so...
Shit. Glad that's over.
I hate gnats. Oh. Alright, shit.
Holy hell.
Okay.
Oh, also, the black tar is a grenade.
It's probably what they've been throwing it up.
Probably. I should hotbar those, actually. I only have one right now. Because I sold all of the ones I had earlier.
Kill them!
Also, hear me out. Patch update. Make dog pick up scrap.
Yeah.
Is it over?
I've got enough of that. This isn't looking good.
Well, I went the wrong way. I think. Okay, well, no. I found something good. I don't know what it is, but I found a purple.
Oh, nice.
I had to just figure out how to get there.
Damn, this dude has some aim with his grenades.
Yeah. Well, at least that's over.
There it is.
Indignant fetish. Taking damage from enemies increases all damage dealt by 25% and reduces all incoming damage by 10% for 20 seconds. That sounds a little stupid.
Wait, hold on, let me read it. Taking damage.
It increases your damage and decreases theirs for 20 seconds after you get hit.
I like that.
Is that a castle?
Well, I found the story one.
Okay. I'm almost at the end of mine. Yeah. Side quest. Oh, you are far.
Yeah.
Which one do you want to do?
Let's do main story.
Okay. Oh. We're in another castle.
When I walked up to it, my character said, "Is that a castle?"
Duh. I wonder. Shattered gallery.
We got company!
Right off the
Bay
gate.
Hunter.
Bay Hunter ring.
Increases range of firearms by 30%. Okay.
That's pretty neat.
Oh. Oh, okay. We're both shooting them, they just don't.
Not to mention I had fire, madness, and just regular believe.
Those are also considered elites, I think.
Okay, this feels like a puzzle room. Yep.
Yep. Well. Oh, okay. The torches react when you shoot them.
Oh, okay.
They change the color of the one you shoot and the adjacent ones. I'm gonna guess we want them all
So
to
do we
be
need them
white.
all white?
I'm gonna guess. It does not affect the ones on the other side of the room. Wow. That was so hard. Yeah, these guys are also considered elites, but they have no poise, so you can just stun lock them with melee. We can't open this door.
Allergies. Nope. That ring was reduces mod power requirement.
Wow. That doesn't seem...
Yeah.
I'd really only see myself using that if I'm also already using the spirit ring for the increased mod power generation.
Oh, that looked painful.
Oh, that was your dog.
Archer, watch yourself.
I'm gonna guess this is a teleporter. Or an elevator. Elevator.
Going down. Hi, pup. Barrel roll.
Purple. No, that's blue. Ow. First. I don't know what that does, but I have cursed.
Me too. Oh, you can't
That's
heal
four.
fully. Look at your health bar.
Oh, I see. Hmm.
So the more you get cursed, the less health you have. So it's Dark Souls Hollow.
That's only in 2.
Yeah, I know.
Boss door.
Question is, does it go away? Oh, yeah. Okay. I should probably start putting stuff into endurance because I have a single point in endurance, but I've not really needed it. Oh, are you wanting to go to the ward?
No.
Okay.
I was eating.
No,
What?
I accidentally used a dragon heart.
Hmm.
And I was trying to roll to cancel it, and it didn't.
I've put a few points into endurance just because I don't like not being able to roll when I need to.
Oh, I don't like this
And
boss.
stamina management is
This boss
not
is
nearly as strict in these games, but oh, it's just a
Yeah.
Magister
Okay, it's
delay.
only spiteful. Yep, I'm dead. Watch out for the bodies.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. Shit. Oh. He just... I wonder if the bodies count as projectiles.
They do. You can get them. And they hurt.
I meant for the purposes of the...
Oh, perks. Yeah, I don't know.
It seems like it.
Uh-oh.
Well, that looks like an instant kill. Yep. Why?
You got this, buddy.
I mean, probably.
For sure. I mean, it's burned.
Okay. Dog.
My dog.
Oh,
Well-
okay. He just decided to instantly kill
Well,
me.
you were also standing in fire. Yeah, so that was.
I think that was my healing aura.
No, that was the. So they have white fire, which I don't
Right.
know the difference between it and normal fire.
No, it's just fire. But it makes it blend in a lot with the healing aura. So.
Yeah.
Come on.
I can't. I wonder. So you can shoot the thing that does shoot the fire out. Also, you can shoot the bodies when they're being launched at you and they just explode. I don't know if you can break the thing that they shoot out of.
I doubt it.
Oh, come on!
Yeah, for being
That
a
is
minor boss, that seems really dumb.
So this was Critical's first boss.
Oh
or
my
like
God.
second to third boss. Since this was the first world.
That fireball does
And
so much damage.
the more people you have, it's almost more difficult, purely because it's more chaotic with the fire and body throw. I think they were also playing on Nightmare, so it had 2 stupid modifiers. 2 to 3. I think it's 2. And yeah. There we go.
Yeah, I knew I had that. I was just being overly cautious.
Cautious.
He
No,
had
that's
barely any
fine.
health left.
Yeah, that's right.
We tore through the first half fast. I should look into DPS builds. Uh-oh.
Right, let's do this.
Yeah, that was my thinking.
There's still more of the dungeon that we haven't seen too, so... I'll get on the elevator first.
Bye-bye, pup.
Yeah, to the left. From... It goes straight for a bit, but then to the left there's an area that we missed. Damn.
We really beat up on them.
Oh. No, I still have it on.
Big and ugly, coming our way.
He's behind us.
Here they come.
Nice.
Looks painful.
It's Fae bullshit, of course it looks painful. Oh. I was looking at the portraits.
He swerved around and went for you.
He knew I was distracted, looking at the portraits.
Well, the thing is, like, he did a like poke attack, and it barely tipped me, but kept going and got you, like, the full on.
Okay, there's also that that other door after the puzzle room. And I'm starting to think that there might be a secondary answer for making all of the flames blue instead of white.
Might as well try it.
So I just got... You guys not.
Can you not change him?
No. Because this door didn't open at all until... Oh. No. There is a secondary answer for getting the blue one. It's just this door and the one to the left opened when we turned them all white. So if you make them all blue, the door and the one to the right will open. Which means
So
we're gonna
it's
need to get this dungeon
dependent.
again.
That's kind of whack, but
I mean, there were quite a few dungeons like that in the first game.
we have suffered worse fates, Leto.
Also, the fucking corrosion hits in courses.
I don't remember most of courses. I think it was dramatic.
Okay. So... you can get triage without being on medic.
Okay.
But it's an archetype trait, so it is tied to medic. But once you get a class 2 level 10, the archetype
Mm-hmm.
trait becomes a advanced
Permanent.
trait
Oh.
where it is permanent, but if if you have the class equipped, it's maxed out, and if it's not, it is however many points you've put into it. So you still
Okay.
have to max it out again. Granted, the points were free the first time, but you can get triage without medic, but you do have to max it out a second time.
Yeah. You hunter now?
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't need no healer.
Which gives you Hunter's Mark. It's not a weapon mod anymore.
Yes.
Just weapon range, yeah. Maxed out long shot only gives 6 meters bonus range. Fuck. For some guns, that would be a lot, though.
My dog floats.
Oh, actually, for both of my guns, 6 meters bonus range is actually like nearly 33%
Look, magic.
more.
Look at the magic trick. Whoop.
All right, what this cut? Oh, it's not a cutscene. Oh, well.
Key item.
Soul Key Tribute. Oh, that's the heart.
Who wanted a heart?
Nimue wanted us to find a heart of one of the Nightweaver's prior victims and take it to the Nightweaver and use that to kill her somehow.
Oh, okay, fair enough. All's fair and...
Oh, it just brought us back to...
Wait, so we're here. Do you want to try putting that in the spider web? Those webs are weavers.
Well,
unless you want to do what you know we're supposed to do.
The exclamation mark is for downstairs, so it's probably the...
We have a free roaming patron.
I'm not a patient.
What? Why is there... What?
Yeah, I killed them earlier. They just live down here.
We did it.
Yep. It's glowy.
It is glowy.
Oh my god.
Oh.
I see where the night dreamcatcher.
Ooh. That looks cool. What does
There's
it do?
more.
Dreamwave. After dealing 250 damage, charge attack releases a Dreamwave flowing outward 20 meters and returning to caster. Dreamwave applies slow to all enemies for 10 seconds and grants a stack of Revere for each enemy affected. Each stack... Oh, yes. Grants plus 2% to all damage and 2% movement speed, which lasts for 15 seconds. I'm trying to figure out if I like the red doe staff or the dream catcher now. Let me look at its attacks. Okay, it's the same move set.
Oh, it's counted as a spear. Damn. Also, the Nightweaver statuette went all the way to the right, and it's giving us an option to add more. I'm guessing if you don't turn in any of the 4 normal statuettes, you can
Bring
put
them
all 4
there.
of them in there to get something else.
Hmm.
Oh, it's just boss fight.
Oh. I didn't mean to walk in.
It's fine.
I didn't expect anything around the corner.
My sister never told me. Never knew. So many ages wasted.
Pass.
Nurturing dreams. Rearing them like children. Always coddling. Never tasting. But now, Namue's juicy plot has led to such delicious outcomes. Come here, treat. This world holds
Well, I think I found the
such
weak spot.
delectable delicacies,
You think?
but you,
Maybe.
you are
Oh, it's not actually.
Oh.
Oh.
Ouchie.
Now it's in the spot.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Bro, the head crabs though. I'm down. I wish I could be useful while down. I mean, it's very possible to do it. Let me change my weapon back. Did I ever melee? No, but I'll be more inclined if I do.
Wait. Shit. No, it was this way.
Dang.
Oh, you dog fight.
Yeah. She going for me. She going for me.
Yeah, she got fucking destroyed that time.
Why can't I? Is there a? There's a, acting as if there's a wall there. Okay, now I can. Game, that is not cool. That's so lame. You do whichever you feel more comfortable with.
Yeah. Oh, I still have my res.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
This isn't good.
Thank you, dog res.
I don't understand the dog res. You know, sometimes it do,
Oh,
sometimes
cool.
it don't. If I didn't get stuck on an invisible wall, 100%
I should have had that regardless.
I know. But still.
I just don't have the muscle memory for this game.
Hey, woman.
Also, Hunter's Heart class so long in this game.
That's what that is. Okay.
Yeah, that's what Hunter's Mark always looks like.
I know, but where I haven't been seeing it at all, I just didn't think.
Fair.
Come on, focus me. So.
Oh.
Oh,
Come on. Oh, your dog knows where she is.
oh,
Oh.
she's crawling. Get her, ball.
Oh, hello.
I accidentally told my dog to attack you. It won't, but that was just really funny. Coming through the door. Or trying, but can't. Are we supposed to... what? Oh, she's coming. She's down here. Or... the crabs are? Which they comes from her, so... yeah. She on you, or
No.
maybe we gotta go downstairs.
Basement?
Bro, this is... Oh, behind you.
Oh.
Why me? This is, you know, at first it was a good boss fight, and now it's just a confusing one. On me.
Oh, she can get through doorways.
Oh, fun.
Goodbye.
Behind. Or, no, below. Crabs.
In here. Nope. Oh, wow. Why does she have so much health in this phase?
I don't know, dude. Wait. Okay, no. I
Oh, we
thought I
can't go
did
downstairs.
I was trying to see if melee does more damage, but I couldn't get a clean hit.
Oh,
I'm down.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I only have one left. You have none. Okay.
Yeah. I'm almost out of ammo.
Spiders. That's what they're here for.
I know, but like...
Next time. On the stairs.
She's honest. Following you.
What? Oh, thank you.
Are you dead? Oh,
No, you saved me. She got knocked off.
Sure. I meant to do that. Oh, you jerk. Just get it.
Yeah.
My dog got it.
No, I did.
Okay.
Another segment.
Begin adventured mode. So we beat this world? Right?
Yeah.
Awesome. That was a boss fight.
Yup.
Good concept.
It didn't need that much
executed.
health.
It was executed. See if there's more in that basement area.
We already saw everything down here.
You couldn't go back up?
No. It's blocked.
Oh. Hmm. Interesting. Careful to not get eaten by the sewers.
Let's... back here and do the side area.
Okay.
Nope.
No, she's just a babushka. What?
This direction, right? For the...
Mm. Oh, I know what you're talking. Yes. I got confused for a sec.
Which way did you go? Because there's two paths here.
They both lead to the same direction.
Okay.
But this is the way I went. Dang, that pick took no damage and hurt me. Like, it didn't even hit me. I just hit it and got hurt instead. Here they come.
The tar grenades do fire damage, which makes sense, I just didn't think about it.
I wish shooting their legs would knock them down like the root.
And the horses and...
Hand.
Oh, I see.
They have tiny heads, and that is their weak spot.
Heads aren't that small.
For me, they are. I can't shoot them.
That's going back to the hub area.
To the bridge! Bad time.
That's it.
I hear some angry people. Oh, there he is. He's fighting his own people.
No. No, this is a Fae.
Wait,
They showed up in the Fae area, in the Fae castles.
so then who are the villagers?
Dran.
Dran? Okay. I've been getting people confused. Traveling in 3, 2, 1, kaboom. Oh.
The Great Hall. This screams puzzle area already.
Mm-hmm.
Incoming!
What? What was that incoming call out for? What?
Oh.
Also, I just realized the traits menu doesn't have an XP bar. I think the only way to get trait points is killing bosses and finding the books.
Yeah, I've noticed the same.
I have noticed that, I just...
XP seems to be for your archetype only.
yeah.
So I'm getting rid of my Sage Stone for now, until I get another archetype.
Oh, that's probably also why the XP from the Sage Stone is so much less. Because it was like 35% in the first
Yeah.
one. Welp. The elevator doesn't activate again until we all step off. There's nothing.
Oh,
There's a locked door.
very well. Up on poop. No.
Reloading!
Yeah, so, thinking about
Oh.
the archetype traits and how they were probably should pick up medic, which I think you just said you were gonna do, just so you can get triage next.
Oh, that's you. I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Maybe.
I mean, triage is
Probably-
an incredibly
probably be
important
best-
skill.
It's probably best, at least because triage it's the amount you heal.
Yeah.
Maybe. Because like I'm wanting to do a DS build, obviously, just because
Yeah.
so far. I mean, I'll get triage in general, but I probably won't archetype medic. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, for your final build, yeah, I just was saying should probably go ahead and get medic now so you can have triage for your final build. Early.
Yeah.
Because you have to max out medic before you can use it with other archetypes.
Oh, hey. There's a thing here.
Yeah, I see that.
Good dog.
We do not have the item.
Okay.
It needs a key item, and we have not picked up any key items.
Archer, watch yourself!
Archer, watch yourself. Oh. There. Behind.
Big one! Incoming!
I know we used to joke about like saying Remnant is just Dark Souls gun, but
No, that's kind of what
Remnant-
it's meant to be.
no, I know, but Remnant 2 is very Dark Soul feeling, and I like it.
I mean, the basic, like, combat is still pretty much the same. Oh, hey.
No, I'm meaning like enemy designs and stuff.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Like that elite.
That enemy
reminds
was
me a
very
lot of Pontiff.
Souls, yes. Very, very Dark Souls 3 Pontiff. Or,
Cure me.
Dark Souls 3 on Orlando.
Get rid of my
Irophil.
curse. Thank you. Yes.
Very Aerophil.
Hey, speaking of the devil.
Hey. Yeah, not having any other way to get trait points aside from bosses and books is really awkward.
Yeah. Good pup.
Oh.
Purple.
Stream coupler. Using a skill regenerates 10% of max health over 5 seconds. So we've gotten that for weapon mods and for skills now. Cool.
Nice.
Up.
Book.
Ravenous Medallion.
Roast bouchelk. Note, this recipe can be used to prepare any kind of meat, but is specially designed for the unique flavor of bouchelk. Oh, bush elk.
Yeah, that would make
Ignore
sense.
everything. This looks suspicious. Does this one open?
No. We've gotten 2 quest items from this dungeon, and there's 2 doors, and 1 place to use quest items. So,
Oh. That is a fair distinction. found a shortcut, but I don't know which door it was. I knew it was suspicious.
What? Oh, I know
No,
there
wait,
was
go back, come
a...
back, come back, come back. Hello. Dang, you didn't see it. Hold on, let me do it again. No, go back to the
Miami.
white.
Oh, wait, what?
Go back to that white thing.
Oh,
Dinner is served.
it's a... Okay.
It's a dumbwaiter. No, wait, no! No!
Yeah, there's clearly only space for one person in here.
But it would have been funny. Yeah, that's the door I opened. I
Yeah.
don't know where. Says it's a shortcut, but I don't remember. Oh, it's the beginning.
Yeah, I think it would be faster to go back through the other elevator, though.
Okay, dope. You know, I just had a thought. I won't do it, but... No, okay. I was seeing if Discord has integrated soundboard through PS control.
No.
Come on, Pooch. No! Excuse
What
me?
is Hunter's Prime perk? Dealing 65 base ranged weak spot damage extends the duration of accurate hunter skills by 2.5 seconds. Oh. Hmm. What? Um... Try using the medallion. Nothing?
No, but the ribbon worked.
Okay.
Because you tie their hands like a wedding.
Yeah, the ribbon mentions a wedding, so I was thinking that one would be the... If only one of them worked, it was going to be that one, but I wanted to see if they both... If it was actually a split path sort of thing. Oh,
Cute.
the medallion is probably going to be for a... It's the feast medallion, so it's probably going to be like a wedding feast related.
I may know.
Oh. Man, the Fae makes some weird noises.
Dang.
Oh. That's where it goes.
So wait, then what did we do the statues for? Yep, I did know something.
He says eat. What shall we eat?
Well, you should talk.
Guests. More guests will arrive. Yes. You there! The feast is ready. Come, eat. All are invited. All must come. We have taken great pains for this meal, toiled day and night. You will partake before you depart. We feast the coronation of the new king. None shall refuse this banquet. None. We have even prepared a new delicacy for the occasion. The flesh of an exotic and recently discovered creature.
I feel like I know this
A
voice.
succulent beast. It's a wonder we knew nothing of them afore. I know not what they are called, but they are plentiful here. No doubt you've seen them. This game lives a dreary existence. They practically thank us for ingesting their flesh. King Phelan, may he live forever. Why, King Phelan forever guides us with his benevolent hand. Long may he reign. It is, yes, you said it exactly. The old king. One true king. He is gone now. It matters not. We feast today. Praise we have prepared day and night, friend. Day and night. The Feastmaster lives only to serve, and serve I shall. Eat, friend, for the feast is ready. Eat now!
Feel free to eat.
I know what this is. I have an idea anyway. Oh, Emmy, if you're still here, I think you would like this gun that I'm using right now.
Also, if I go down,
There's
feel free
a
to
melee
revive
one
me.
coming after you. Just completely ignored me.
Because something special happens.
Oh. Yeah, I saw that one coming. That's how you gain health. Just eat some Dran. Yep. Oh, you can't heal using your Dragon Heart. Fuck.
No, but Phil, you... Okay. After you deal with him, revive me and you... Yeah.
Oh.
Thanks for that.
Dang it.
Must prepare.
If you revive a friend during that interaction,
You eat
you
them.
get glutton.
My
Oh.
memory is foggy. Had we a feast?
It's a very strange way to get that trait, but
Witness this table. But of course we had a feast.
he
Oh,
doesn't
the
have
glutton
eyes.
trait that increases your consumable use speed.
Consumption. Yeah.
Shit, that would have been really important.
Here, every guest doth deserve a parting favor. Didst thou have more for me? The old king.
Clavicles.
It matters not. Do as thou must. I have work to do. It matters not.
Oh, I can't. Oh wait, no. There's two dumbwaiters. They
Yeah, there
thought
were
of
2 doors,
everything.
remember? Open the door before you...
I see.
Yeah, there's one in here too. It's sick. Yeah, there's one in the other room.
Still?
Yeah, he didn't aggro, because I just left. He just let me.
Okay. His cheeks are out.
Damn. Someone is not having a good day.
The one right here.
Get ready.
I've silenced him. One of them.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Hey, you forgot something.
No, I know. I just was waiting for you.
Ouch. Thank you, Papa.
Bone chopper melee weapon.
Look up. They're all
I see 'em.
highlighted.
Oh, it doesn't have any extra effect or anything. It's just an actually really nice axe. Like, it's a really fancy axe. For being a bone chopper.
His head is gone.
Oh my god. He's fucking dead. His head is gone. Okay, so
I didn't
what
realize that the
was...
headshots exploded their heads.
What was the ribbon then? Does he not start the feast until you...
They got married, dude. Looky, looky. Nope, don't look.
Wait, so Glutton requires co-op in this game?
So that's what I've read. It could be wrong because it wasn't a very trustworthy source.
That would be a really awkward interaction to require it, but they've done worse for trait unlocks.
Yeah. What was the neck bone? Reduced damage of status effects applied to the wearer. And extra damage when suffering from a status or blight.
Oh.
And then... Okay.
I'm gonna go back
Surely
to...
something.
Oh, we're already here because we went the long way back to the entrance. 'Cause... I don't really know what this would have done besides
What was it? What was the item called?
ribbon.
Okay.
Something ribbon. The only
Plain
thing I can
ribbon.
think of that it would have done here is make the Feastmaster actually start the feast.
Give me 1 second. Wait. Oh, okay.
Hmm.
So
What?
hear me out. Let's leave this map and come back and see if something happens.
What? Really?
I don't know. It's just a hunch.
Why would they do that like that?
Do what? I'm just thinking out loud.
Shut up.
And
Come on.
there's 2 possibilities of something happening.
Is it RNG or is it make a choice?
50-50 RNG.
Cool.
Which means if you want the other one and you get one, you gotta do it again.
Yeah, I'm remembering why I never got the Carapace set in the first game.
Which one was that?
It was the one where you had to kill
bugs?
the black beetles in Corsus, but we only ever got red beetle
Oh.
spawns. Because the red beetles
Yeah.
were so much more common.
Are we going the right way?
None of us ever got any pieces of the Carapace set.
No. What did the red beetles give? They gave something.
They gave
right?
equipment, but it was 2 rings and an amulet. There were only 3 drops.
Okay.
And we killed
I remember-
several of them and never saw
I remember
black
there
beetles.
was one day me and Reed decided to go on and just grind, and we never got
Nah,
any.
yeah, I tried
For like
a
an
lot.
hour. Oh look! Something happened.
Silver
So,
ribbon. I'm guessing the other one is gold.
yes. And they are the exact same except for the one we got is skill.
And the other one is
The other
mods.
one is mod.
Wow. I hate this game sometimes. That's a dead end.
I wish you could see the amulet you're wearing. It would be a cool touch, but it would also probably be a lot of not rendering, but like
I mean, they could
I don't
just make it low poly and not animated. That's how
That is
MMOs do
true.
it. Granted, MMOs generally have lower poly graphics in general.
Mhm.
I'm not starting Grom tonight.
No worries.
Sorry, not Rom.
Um Oh,
What?
okay. So the thing for glutton is correct. You got to do it in multiplayer.
Hey, you're
Cool.
Attempt
What did
to
you bring me?
resurrect a fallen ally while under the ravenous effect,
And you eat them.
and decide to eat an ally.
Yeah. Which is keeping in theme because you get glutton from uh the giant dude on Corsus that was also a cannibal, I think.
Don't remember, but sure.
The one whose weak spot was his ass.
Oh, the it was like the yeah. Do we want
And
to
he had
upgrade
a
any?
giant metal diaper on.
Because the hammer or the anvil head or something like that.
Corrosive rounds.
Okay, that's all you get. Bye now.
Nightfall long gun. Enter the nightmare realm. Nightfall gains infinite ammo. 25 fire rate increase, 10% lifesteal. Become fully automatic. The wielder becomes significantly harder to hit while moving.
Oh.
Disables other weapons and skills for the duration.
The Fey weapon mod theme.
I like that.
Arson.
Yeah.
I put the corrosive rounds on my LMG.
Yo! Fantasy gun.
Though I do want to see what the Yesha one looks like on the LMG.
What do you think of this? It's got fingers that move.
I just realized the foregrip on this LMG is a screwdriver. If you want to look on stream.
Yeah.
It's still a screwdriver.
Look,
Oh,
the fingers
it is
move.
just fingers. What the fuck? I hate that. Wait, Carson, that model is reused. That's a reused model with fingers added.
What is it?
Fuck, I can't remember what it's called. I'd have to open Remnant 1. But it's
I know it looks familiar. Also, I don't know
fuck
how
it.
if I like this gun or not because
The game is gonna close for a moment. I'm gonna go open Remnant 1.
you're good.
That's definitely a reused, reworked model from one of the guns in Remnant 1. Oh, it's the one that has the black hole from Braum.
Oh, yeah.
What was its
You know,
effect?
I think the craziest part is I'm still in your game.
It'll close in a moment. What was the weapon mod?
The one on this?
Yeah, the finger gun.
You enter the nightmare realm. Nightfall gains infinite ammo, 25% increase fire speed, 10% lifesteal, becomes fully automatic, and the wielder becomes significantly harder to hit.
Wow, that's
It
stupid.
disables other weapons and skills for the duration,
That's
or
so
until
really tough.
Dreadwalker. Okay, it cut.
Or until Dreadwalker and then it cut there.
No, I got kicked from the game.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Oh, it's been a while since I've seen the old Remnant. See, no, look, that crystal is huge.
It's not as big. Oh yeah, it is bigger than the normal ones, but it's not as big as it is in Remnant 2.
I'm still trying to figure out how to get there in Remnant 2.
It looks like this gun. Okay, no, it's not exactly the same, but it looks very similar to the particle accelerator.
Mm. Traits, we're gonna put you in that. Yes. Character. Oh. You're kidding. It didn't count me as buying the gun.
Damn. Alright, you can rejoin now if you want.
Fully
Oh, hi, Harpy.
cooperation.
I could play Titanfall 2. I have been recently. I have a lot of playtime. I have a bit of playtime.
Only 62.
Carson, that says 700... or not 700, 627.
Oh. Yeah.
Not 62.
You know, you got a point.
You.
When you're right.
Right then.
You're just right. Trying to
Were you
figure.
playing
Oh,
Titanfall,
no.
Harpy? Or Hunt? Or something? Please, Emmy. The finger gun. So cursed. You should be able to rejoin now if you want. Cursed Dream Silks?
I have.
Oh, that's what makes the finger gun.
Yeah, I thought of a really bad joke, but I'll refrain.
How go? You know where to find me.
Shit, I don't have anything I can sell. Oh, I can sell the fairy needle. I don't care about that. Oh, I should
Move along,
check
traveler.
what
I'm a busy
Cass
woman.
has. Because she's gonna yell at me to come talk to her, even though I have been...
Got a point, though.
Well, hey, what you want? You'll want and what? Pistols pretty. He called, but the crystals themselves
Decayed
are like
margin.
That's but the crystals
Melee
themselves-
hits gain base
But the
damage.
crystal needs some.
As lifesteal. Maybe I just make a lifesteal character, honestly.
Oh! I forgot what that was called in Remnant 1. But that's a returning one. Yeah,
Let me
it's a
buy
melee.
this and see if I have enough.
Hi, Wind.
Sweet.
I'll be here.
Guess
when
I'm
you
gonna
get
have to
back.
make a vampire now.
Hey there. You might.
Oh! Band of Accord. The ammo share ring.
Oh. Honestly, didn't know he sold rings.
That one was not there before, but it did not have the new item notification.
Good.
That's fair, Wind.
I'll be seeing you then.
Hell yeah. Oh, I don't need Assassin's Ring on anymore. I probably don't need the extra 2 relics anymore either. We have plenty now. So, I'm gonna use Band of Accord. Oh, but Emmy, the gun that I said you would probably like is literally called Cube Gun. and it shoots cubes. And its weapon mod is you get a cube shield, and then you can fire your cube shield.
I knew you'd... Until next time.
That is my friend in the voice call with me, and in game.
Hello.
He doesn't have a reactive thing set up, so it's just defaulting to his
Now we're talking.
Discord profile picture. Oh, I need to...
Do you know if we've gotten a lifesteal ring?
There was in the first game.
Yeah, I mean like
Not
our
yet
current
in
equipment.
this one. Oh, downgrade
Okay.
just removes all of the upgrades immediately.
Oh, well that's not fun. I was going to upgrade some weapons, but I'm out of scrap now.
Are you still at +8 on your weapons?
Most of them are +8. I've got one at +6.
Is it a boss weapon?
Yes.
Then it's effectively +12.
Oh, oopsie. No, it's +5. Okay.
You know where to find
Then
me.
it's +10. Wait, what boss weapon is it? The dough staff?
The dough staff, yeah.
Or spear, whatever.
It's staff. Yeah, it makes sense now why it does so much damage.
It wouldn't have been affecting much in those last few areas because the area level in the top right of the mini map was.
So is that what that means?
Yeah, I'm guessing that's what that means. It actually shows the area level now.
Mm-hmm.
It said it was 9 and 11, 9 to 11, so it wouldn't
Yeah.
have actually been affecting much. There's the ornate blade. Fuck, I'm missing one forged
You
iron
know where to find me.
to get the ornate blade to +10.
How's... What you...
Carson, do you have
Yeah,
a spare
remember.
single forged
Choices you
iron?
make out there.
I don't think so. There's forged iron being sold.
Oh.
Oh wait, no. That's me that I have forged
No,
iron.
she has forged iron.
Okay. I am definitely selling a lot of things.
Yeah, I see that.
Apologies.
No, that's fine.
Okay, I think that's everything. And now I can buy... No, I wasn't gonna buy it, I was gonna upgrade.
How goes it?
I have enough galvanized iron to put one weapon to 11. One normal weapon up to 11.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tempted.
I say go for it, because I can also do a +11.
Oh, I forgot I actually made Enigma. I never tried it.
What? is Enigma?
It's a sidearm from one of the bosses we killed. Hi, Holly.
Do I? Oh, I also have it.
Oh, wait, no, it wasn't
Chaos
from the boss. It
Driver.
was from the painful lightning area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it also has
That-
infinite. Oh, wait, no, that's because we're in the Lord.
Yeah. Let's see what my DPS is now.
How many charges of these pylons can it have?
Bro, I'm getting your DPS over here. I gotta go to a different stand.
7. It can have 7 pylons.
Okay, well... DPS is dependent on the target standing in front of it, not just the weapon damage.
Ah.
You get about 500 to 600. That's not bad for this.
Oh, holy.
And then this one will go to this. 700. Awesome. Just thinking.
Oh, I was about to ask where we got corrupted luminite crystals from. I forgot we, suffered.
Oh, yeah.
In that tiny area with the one that had, the gravity effect.
So do I craft or do I... Wait, what is... That's a consumable. Okay. I could craft, but I don't need to craft. I want to upgrade. Hee hee hee. I need more scrap. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Chris?
Until we...
Alright. We never finished that adventure mode, Yesha.
Mm-hmm.
Why do I feel faster than normal?
I tried to think of, but I can't. I don't know.
Oh, that's just extra damage. Okay. Oh, sorry, dear.
Give 'em all you've got.
So, question.
Hmm.
Since we got... So we know what the world boss for this is, right? For your world?
I'm assuming it is the Ravager.
Okay, so then we don't know.
Because the guy we saw at the start said, please go kill the Ravager.
Okay.
Ow.
Ooh, this also means we can get some more blood moons.
If we see any of the lists, yeah.
I know, I hope so.
I've
'Cause
been
I
looking when
need
we've been
some
in Yasha.
dire. Because I think I need 25 more.
Like,
10 or 15, 10 to 15, 10 to finish the set, and then 1 to see what they that grimoire is.
oh, right, because the Grimoire is a weapon or a weapon mod. We did figure out that the material sometimes just means weapon or mod unlock. Right. That was very confusing when we first saw it. Oh, you.
Incoming!
That definitely should have hit on my end.
They're just deer. I don't need to shoot them. Parson. Rude.
What, the flyers! Look at them!
I thought you were shooting the deer.
I mean, I did shoot one.
Wow.
It's in my blood. Oh, gosh. Wait. We have missed something, and I don't know what that means. On the mini-map?
No, it was behind a door that didn't open from our side.
The
red?
Okay.
Yeah, it's on the
Okay.
other side of a door we can't open.
Okie doke.
Until we get to the other side of it. The reload animation doesn't work properly with the Fae skin. It just doesn't open the dust cover.
Oh.
You still do the animation for it, but you don't actually open anything.
The expanding glade.
Oh, we've already been in this one.
Mm-hmm. I think.
We have. I recognize the name. Sorry I haven't been paying as much attention to chat when I stream this. Been distracted with game. Co-op game. There wasn't anything in there. You didn't actually check all the way down that path, and there has been a book in that path before.
Oh.
There wasn't anything there this time, though.
See, I was fine.
Please let me up. Nope. Just no.
Just take the ramp. Right next to it.
I know, but
It's about sending a message.
Archer.
Oh, hello. Goodbye.
Do you also have Band of Accord on?
Nope.
Okay. Can you pick up this long arm ammo? Okay, no. I thought it gave me some when you picked up.
I think we just picked it up in sync.
It's really annoying that if you want to make Band of Accord work, you have to kind of commit to your whole party using a slot for it.
Yeah. Up we go.
That was just a ring that we already had, wasn't it?
I think you're right.
I mean, it might be randomized, but
we will see.
There was a ring up here last time.
Chest.
Yeah, it was random. It was the same. Sorry.
Boss wall.
Oh, bright stones. Blue.
Of course I get the wrong one.
Room for that.
Interesting. Oh gosh. Oof.
We have the fire and the shock damage amulets, but we don't have the corrosive one yet, and I would really like to have that. Or corrosive shot. Because corrosion is one of the better status effects, assuming it works the same way as it did in Remnant 1. Ready for Shroud.
Okay, so fun fact, you know how it's animated in slow motion?
Yeah.
It actually puts the game in slow motion, because I wasn't in there, but I was walking in slow motion when it happened.
Oh.
Hey, Shrewd.
It's still really funny to me that they reskinned Shroud and named him Shrewd.
But he really don't like me.
No.
Oh no, I got rot.
It should have a duration now, at least.
No.
It doesn't? They lied? Damn.
Oh, it lasts until combat ends.
Oh.
Or at least it went away after combat ended.
Okay. Oh, I forgot about the chest. Thank you. I'm assuming you opened it.
Tilts me goats.
Actually, the other area seeming like it's probably ROM, or similar to ROM, makes me hope that it's going to be the corrosion area and will probably have the corrosion amulet. Oh. Ow. You there?
Yeah. I was looking at something.
Ah. Oh, okay.
It's easier that way.
Fair. Shit, I should probably use the Tommy gun instead of the the LMG. Because they have sort of similar roles, but the Tommy gun has a much faster reload and no overheat. But
Oh, I'm going backwards.
but the LMG looks cooler.
I mean, that's fair. Sometimes it is about aesthetic.
Yeah. It's the only reason I use alternator in Titanfall. It is one of the best guns in the game, but I only use it because it looks cool. Well, I only started using it because it looks cool. Now I'm just so used to it that I don't do nearly as well with anything else.
I'm not seeing any purples. Like, Blood Moon purple.
Oh.
Wispies, I'll call them.
Cathedral of Omens
Oh, it's
again.
the cathedral. Do we want to do it again?
I want to see if it has different symbols.
Okay.
If it doesn't, I don't care. $14.
That's odd.
No, it's the same symbols. Wait. There is a page over here describing the beginning, which is this symbol. I wonder if there is actually some secret for it. So we need...
No, this is right. This is right.
Oh, you're opening the Calamity door anyway.
I'm at least seeing if it's...
I'm gonna guess it's the same stuff, but we can check just to make sure. Shit.
Huh. I didn't do that right?
Oh, no, it was the... No.
Ravager and the...
It was the dough and death that needed to be... You pull that lever twice. I moved it before thinking. I pulled this one before thinking, I mean. Pull that one another time. Oh, we get some scrap. And then more scrap from picking up an item we already had, yeah. Alright, I do want to see if this door has something special with it, since it does have the...
So triangle upside down facing me? Is that how that works? Like one more pull?
Yeah. When looking at the door, it would need to look the same.
Okay.
And then
I'll go
we
look at what
need-
it needs.
No, the page is over here.
Oh.
Sun and moon, the fragile life must hang below.
life is this one.
This one.
Kind of looks like, yeah.
Sun
So it
and
must hang
moon.
below.
We're gonna need to... The sun and moon would need to be in these two, since they're the ones that are opposite, but the life needs to be below, so it would have to be the other way. Woo.
Yeah.
Go pull that lever once. Okay.
Definitely made a noise like it worked.
No, it didn't make the same noise. Check in there.
None.
Okay. Let's rotate. Pull that lever 3 times. Yeah, I guess there's nothing for that door, even though
Okay.
it teases it.
Water!
Oh, thank you, Annie. There's no point to resting at it. We didn't use any ammo or healing or anything.
Mm-hmm.
Or I didn't use any ammo anyway. There's a mutator boss down here.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, it was just a normal dude. I forgot they look like that sometimes. And he's dead.
Yippee.
Ah, that is right. Holy shit.
Jeez.
Holy hell!
Wait, where? What? We went through all of the plot ones already. What?
There's... I don't know.
No, it says we've already gone through all the plot doors. But it also said this was the area that was important for progression.
Fire incoming!
Forbidden Grove. Oh.
Sounds forbidding.
Okay, what we actually needed was in here.
Okay.
Just behind the door that we couldn't open except from this side, but we didn't have access to that until just now.
Mm-hmm.
Pull lever. Wow. Now, did the music dial stay on what I had it set to? Or do we need to
Let's see.
redo it?
If we need to redo it, I
Oh,
have
hey,
the notes in
simulacrum.
front of me, and you solved it, so...
I'm gonna start
it's
saving my
right.
simulacrums for weapon upgrades. Even though we're nowhere close to plus 20.
Boom, 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 boom.
What it doing?
Want to see a magic trick? Yippee!
Yep, I figured this was gonna be the Ravager's temple. Please? We also still have the quest for getting access to the temple. So I guess we need to go talk to the flautist again.
Your timing is fortuitous, Cub.
So glad he was based on a wolf instead of like a lion or something, because he would have called us kitten.
It's been years since I've seen one of your kind. But then, what is time to a god?
What kind of question is that?
But you could know. Godhood is mutable. It can be acquired. It can be lost. Tell me, do you think yourself clever, Cub? Let me guess. You're here on a quest. An insolent tongue on this one. I like meat with fight. It tastes so much sweeter. But no matter. It would seem our destinies are entwined. Your timing is fortuitous. Walk with me, Cub. I will explain.
And then we'll kill you.
The last of your kind left me for dead. That is when they found me and offered me their enlightenment. Blind was I until they opened my eye to the lies of permanence. Oh, the feeble empress craves her fruit, tries to guzzle immortality. But all things die, Cub. Even gods. Theirs is mastery of death, the all that is nothing. And so I offer the choice they offered, Cub. Return to the ash
Wow.
from which we all came. Or break the yoke of balance and become eternal. But the bridge between ego and soul cannot be crossed without paying a toll.
Oh, hey.
Yeah. So there's a choice here that is yours.
We already killed the Ravager. I'm gonna kill this doe.
Okay.
Oh, revive or shoot it.
So,
Ravager's marked.
fun fact, there are actually
Free
4
choice.
possible outcomes for this.
Yeah,
you can kill
when
it
I started
or
to walk
revive
away,
it.
he got mad, so I'm guessing...
Yeah. You can kill it or revive it, as well as let the two battle each other. And there are 2 outcomes for said battle, I think, but I could be wrong. What does the Ravager's Mark do? Increases all damage dealt to bleeding targets by 20%. Bonus increases to 30 for targets with 50% or lower health.
That could be
Okay.
really good for a bleed build, which
Yeah.
the handler lends itself towards, because the dog just
Yeah.
applies bleed.
I have my own little Ravager. Ain't that right, little guy?
Oh, do we also get the chest from the post-fight area, even though we didn't do a fight?
Probably.
Yeah, we get the chests still. All 3 of them.
Wow, he has very good post dialogue. Oh, well, he didn't say what. Come to me.
I heard him say the doe is dead.
Okay. That's all.
But
he
every
says to
time
me.
I've talked to him, he just says where there is life, there will be death. Edgy. Edgy Ravager. Can you not?
Sorry. I thought it would have been funny. Let me...
Do you want to start? I'm probably not going to do a whole other adventure, but do you want to start a Fae Bloodborne adventure?
I mean, we can, if you want.
Actually...
Be safe out there.
Yeah. So,
What you got?
you shoot the Ravager and kill the doe before the Ravager does. And you get one thing, which is a crafting material. And then shoot the Ravager and allow him to consume the doe during the fight, which is another material. This
Okay.
was the only one that gave you a amulet. All the others are crafting materials.
Okay.
Oh, that's how you get... Oh. That's how you get
Which one
that.
could we do in your world? I know we fought the Ravager, but which did you let him kill
Revived
the doe?
the doe.
Oh, okay.
No, revive it.
So we still have 2 more crafting materials to get from that.
Yes.
Hell yeah, Wind. I'm not gonna use any.
Bye.
Who will? Shut up, Cass.
Hey!
Jeez, that's an interesting weapon.
Hmm.
Sure. One of the boss weapons from this.
Oh.
Huh. Honestly, it has some pretty good things. Okay, all things considered. Backtrack. There we are.
Take care of yourself, you hear me?
Hey there. Of course. Take care, sunshine.
How can...
So it seems that there are only 2 stories for Yeisha. So Yeisha, other than like mini bosses we haven't done, I don't know if we have or haven't.
In the
But
first
those
game,
are the
there
2
were...
main storylines.
Yeah, in the first game, there were only 2 world bosses per world, so I'm gonna guess that that pattern still holds in this.
Seems so. Does this have a list of... Yeah, there we go. Horrible, horrible. Did that. We didn't do that.
Oh, you missed it again, then, Wind. Damn. Wait, Losong starts us in the palace? In adventure mode?
Real pretty. Yeah, I don't trust this place.
This is an alternate beginning.
Oh, okay.
But yes, you can either start in the slums or in the palace.
Bye.
No. Oh no!
You jumped over it!
No! Oh, it's okay.
I hate this game. Yeah, Wind.
We're fine. You know, I'm dead.
Oh.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, okay. So this is a proper boss. That we've done. That I have done. Did. Let's see what that is.
Cool. quest item we don't have.
Let's go find that chalk. Finish the drawing.
Hey, I think I found the quest item.
Well, that was easy.
That looks important.
Edge boy.
He just immediately curses you when he hits you with the sword blade?
Yes.
Shit.
Boss. Okay. Aberration.
Okay, there's nothing hidden in this key item.
Sounds like an aberration. Aberration. So, other than aberrations, there's only 2 bosses in Geisha I haven't seen.
Ah, okay. This is a big area for just an opening thing that had a plot gateway immediately.
Tag in.
We really need to find the aggro ring.
I thought you did.
No, we found one that reduces your aggro, but I mean the one that just makes you the target. Because that would help a lot with just letting me be the target, I think. Since I'm playing a tank setup right now. Or I'm planning to.
Yeah.
Well.
That looks... Oh! No. Okay, I know what this is. Yeah, yeah. Happy little guy.
Juggling skulls.
I'm really tempted to see if I can shoot a skull, and if so, what happened. Hey! I know what that's for. You done? Oh, he's done. Or they're done.
Wow.
And
I
then
found
you
what it's
finish.
for.
Yeah. Same for the beginning.
Yeah. There's more here
Before
that
we
haven't.
travel, I have 3 trait points. Let me spend some.
There's also more here that we haven't fully explored, so...
Okay. Alright,
Yeah, I'm
spirit is
surprised it took
full.
them this long to give us a hidden early jump off of a elevator.
Wait, what?
Call the elevator back down. You went past it.
I'm
Turn left.
kind of lost. Okay. Come on, Pooch, we're gonna ride the elevator.
There's a middle floor. I'm surprised it took them this long to do this, given how extremely common it is in the Souls games. Hi. There's a dude.
I see him. Yeah, I was gonna say.
That's why I
see
was
him-
waiting for
see
you.
him. What tree?
Oh, checkpoint.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it's a big one.
Oh, hey. Soup.
I think this
Good
is
soup.
Nimue's area. Yeah, it is.
It is.
She doesn't have her own section in adventure mode.
Well. No.
How intriguing. It would seem this twisted world is not yet depleted of surprises.
Dang.
I greet you, then, and welcome you to the realm of the Fae, or what so remains. I am Namue,
Oh.
artisan, seer, god. Still, it is my gift to... So then, you are strange. Namue...
Oh. You just jumped in the water.
Well, jumped is a bit harsh. More like stumbled.
As... Oh, one can... I will find only a small part, strange one, and that which I have already laid...
Oh, she actually lets you help in adventure mode.
The King bears a power critical for me to even begin my plan. If you would help, you
The
must
otherworld
slay
boss
them.
is to kill the imposter.
The deceiver is eternally self-absorbed.
And what
They
is
have
this one?
seated the- You cannot fail to find... Certainly.
The same thing?
Namue,
What do you mean?
the imposter yet lives.
I don't know, I was confused.
The otherworld boss is to kill the imposter king.
Oh!
And she's
oh,
asking
the other...
us to do this.
I understand now. Yeah.
She is actually letting us help with her plan, but her plan requires the imposter king to be dead, and that's what she's asking us to do.
Gotcha. Time to go commit patricide, right? It is patricide?
Patricide is killing your father.
Of course
Regicide.
Regicide. Like Reginald.
No. I
Killing
forget exactly
Reginalds.
what Reggie comes from in Regicide.
Regal.
Regal.
Or like the root word for regal.
Yeah.
Regis? I think it's Regis. So this one we work backward. Start in the kingdom, live in the
Regis King. Latin.
Yeah! Shoutouts to Reggie Gigas. Oh, my homie love the Reggies. Oh. Please don't start getting the
I don't know about you, but I don't like the looks of this place.
immediate checkpoint.
Yeah. Oh, just a second. Okay, I forgot we already said it.
Oh.
And it's... Oh. She gives... The weak spot is the mount's head.
Yeah. This I can see being two different types of kills.
No, this is not a world boss. The alt kills are almost exclusive to world bosses.
Okay.
Brabus had 4 variants, and he was just a random boss. Minor boss. Man, she
Chase him down.
running.
They're gone.
Won't fit.
Oh my gosh. I accidentally got a crit weak spot.
Nice.
I just saw big numbers and was like, uh-oh.
I got a... okay.
Are they on you?
I think they broke. Okay, now they're back.
What makes you
yes.
so... Okay.
Oh, hey.
They're cool. I like them. Oh, we got the townsfolk coming in because I went exploring and did it wrong.
Yowdy.
Oh, rat. What's up with these enemies loving to run? Oh, but speaking
hello
of...
again.
Oh, goodbye again.
Looks like I'm full up.
Alright, which way are we going?
Well, they're right here with me.
Oh, they're just back already. Sick.
I think we're good.
This is a... They really tried this again after it didn't work with the Harrower.
Because if you listen closely, you can hear the hoofs.
I mean, I just saw her on top of a roof. And shot at her.
Dang, I really popped my
More room.
hot shot to immediately have it run away. Do we stay here? Do we go like? I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of confused now.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh well. We'll see them later in the story. I'm sure of it. I thought I heard hooves again. But now I don't know if I'm actually hearing things or not. Medic, level up.
Not enough room.
Chainsaw guy on me.
Okay. I've got 4 dudes on 5 dudes on me. Listen to this again. away from my friend. I want to go back and see if they're there. Cause like they were only staying to that area.
Yeah, I don't know. This boss is really weird and hard to figure out.
All right, let's do this.
What?
Oh. Their titties out.
Oh shit, you're right. She's full. Shit.
It's because we let them heal. So we know if they disappear where they live. I really like this boss though, I'm not gonna lie. Design-wise. Reload the gun!
Her lance is so long. She's actually sticking around this time at least.
Yeah, that is true. Uh-oh. The goat is powerful.
Yeah. I know.
No, I meant like, they now have glowing horns.
Oh.
And hooves. Why are you only targeting me? I'm the one wearing the ring to not be targeted.
An elite just joined.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. The elite the elite's dead because of the boss. He did the ground slam, and I just...
Head. I'm guessing her weapon, her thing is a melee weapon.
Dude, I hope it's cool. Cause I've been liking some stabs.
Can we stick to exploring one area? So we don't have to kill
Huh?
all of the... This is a different area from where we went the first time.
Oh, okay.
And I don't want to have to clear out this whole area again to get back to the door it was leading to.
Hmm. That's fair,
Instead of
I
just doing it
guess.
once. Kill.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want a bowler cap. I think it'd be really cool and funny.
I want Fae-themed armor.
I'm talking about real life bowler cap.
Oh.
I also need to get like a properly fitted suit and then get a
Not enough room.
bow tie and a top hat.
Fae Hunter ring again. I'll take the scrap, but... Yeah, apparently the rats are considered Fae, because they were fighting, Oh, they have, like, vampire bat noses, too. Interesting.
Well, they're either considered Fae, or they're just not supposed to be.
Yeah, they might just be neutral. Or a third side.
An evolution branch of his crawl.
I doubt they're related to Crawl.
Everyone's related to something.
We are all crabs.
No, we are all crawl. Hey.
Found the book.
My dog just loves
kill.
I'm all for it.
Kill.
Dang.
Was there anything back here?
The book.
Come on. Come on.
You can't do anything except roll when one of your guns is overheating. You can't switch to another gun. You can't melee. You just have to hold it up while it cools down and roll.
I keep hoping I get kidnapped in the sewers, but so far nothing.
I can try to find where it happened in the VOD.
No, I
later.
know. I just want to see it firsthand.
That's fair.
Just cue Stephen King's It.
Oh, here, Georgie.
Outside us.
Outside his approaches.
Outside us.
It's just you, woman. Put down the sword. It's not worth
it. The sewer wind? What do you mean? Because I'm not sure what you mean with miscontext. Because stream delay makes...
Very likely the kidnapping.
That's what I was guessing, but I want to make sure. Turn around, Carson.
Oh, Steve.
Oh, talking about it. Yeah. So, the sewer. Earlier in the stream, there's, like, sewer holes in the walls occasionally. Earlier in the stream, something just grabbed me from one of those holes and instantly killed me. No QTE to prevent it or anything. I just died.
What I'm thinking is if one of the big sewer rats are in there, they just grab you.
Yeah.
But the thing is, one didn't pop out. It just was. What is this world called?
Losom.
Do you know how to spell that?
Losomn.
Losom. Okay. Enemies. What is the enemy list? Ew, you're nasty.
What's that smell?
I just opened the trait menu game.
What happened?
I immediately found the book.
Okay, so the rats are actually called Manticora.
Okay.
Race beast.
Come here.
They are neither Fey nor Dran, they are just enemy.
Okay.
The dark. It calls us. It kills us. A creature hides in the dark.
I tune into the
calls
stream
us.
and see you're talking
Kin
to a
against
head
kin.
in the
Feeds on us.
crate. Real
Feeds on
Resident
each
Evil
other.
7 moment.
Kin against kin. The kin light. Light the blight. The only way. Light the blight. I saw it. Riding a Dran. Others came and killed him. And then killed each other. Until there was only one left. And the creature grabbed the one. Grabbed him. And took him. And feasted. And I wanted it too.
Taylor's Rest.
Take me! Fill me! Kill me, but no.
Kinky, dude.
I ran!
I wanted it too.
Nothing good, that feeling! I ran here! And I stay here! But still, I want it! Kill him. Grab it. Make it mine. Oh, I'd kill to have it, mate. Kill him. Kill you. Kill anyone. But no, no. I mustn't. Mustn't. Don't know. So no. I do. Everyone does. And everyone what kills for it gets themselves killed. Oh, stay away from it, mate. Even your friends will kill you for it. And I want it. I'll kill for it too. Good, good, yes! You want to find it. I want to find it. But no, no, don't go after it, mate. It'll take you. And then they'll kill you. All of them. And me together. Stay away from the shadows, the sewers, the dark. That's where it lives now. Now and forever. And don't live in the light. No. You don't. Kill the kin, and it takes you, kin against kin. Seize the day. Light the blight. Help. Oh yeah, I'll help. You come back with it, I'll help get it off.
Kinky.
I want to
Dude, why?
Hey, don't shame.
His phrasing is just constantly like, I can't tell if you're just into that or you're insane.
Dang. I had hopes. I feel like you can make that jump, though.
You just take this ladder and go around.
Oh. Fair enough.
He said light the blight and kin against kin. He said a lot of stuff.
So, like, if we're looking at this one way, are the Dran dark elves and the others light elves?
No. They're
No, I mean this. No, I mean this. Like, you know, in Norse mythology, also goodly, well portrayed in God of War.
Yeah.
The dark elves kind of, while they were
that-
dwarves, actually in God of War, the dark elves weren't the dwarves, even though the dwarves are the dark elves. But you know, that's besides the point.
No. Okay, there's Norse mythology is weird because there's literally two sources for it, and both of them
Yes.
were far after the Nordic countries were Christianized, so it's just really awkward to figure out like what was really part of the religion and what was Christianized stuff.
I know.
So a lot of it is really, like, inconsistent to figure out, or just awkward.
What I'm getting at though is
I know the dwarf realm was called Svartalfheim, even though the dwarves were not the Dark Elves. And the Dark Elves just lived in Alfheim.
no. What I'm getting at though, the God of War portrayal of the Light Elves look like this world's Fae.
Oh.
And since they live in the same world, but one is low, poor income, and the other is rich, high class, fancy. Oh. Man. Who would have thunk that race they will be brought into the Remnant?
I mean, we sort of had that with Corsus.
Japan. Corsus. What was Corsus? That was the bugs. What was the...
Yeah, there was a thing about you either join the bug hive mind or you die.
Oh, right, yeah.
And there was the one dark elf, literally called the dark elf, in that.
Oh, right,
that,
there were dark... Okay,
yeah,
so yeah.
there was the one
Ignore.
character that was literally called the dark elf that was not part of the Iskal that was talking about all of that. Oh, there's a lever right next to you.
Yeah, I just pulled it.
Won't fit.
What did it do? It's slowly
raising
opening the
door,
floodgate. Yeah.
Which is why we have a horde.
It's just very slowly. The problem.
I'll let you know when it's good. I might need to get that ammo. Alrighty.
Hi, Pichu.
I just canceled my animation on that roll.
Here they come.
Oh, sorry, dog. God, another
I forgot
fucking...
you can. I forgot you can change what side of your person your aim down sights are.
It resets back to the right side when you let off the ADS, which is really annoying, but yeah, it is an option.
I want to know where all these people are coming from.
It was one of these sewer entrances when something just grabbed me from it and dragged me in, and I was instantly dead. Chainsaw died on me.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm not... Okay. Binga bongo.
He fucking hit me through the...
That
really?
was so funny. Awesome. It was meant for me, but my roll.
I'm mad it went through the fucking door.
Hey, you know, it's possible. Leave my dog alone.
Hello. I'm alright. Oh, Carson, when do you want to go to sleep? This is 4 a.m. almost.
I mean, for me, it's 4. Oh gosh. For me, it's a weekend, so I don't really care. I didn't go to bed
it's
till
a weekend for
8
me
a.m.
too,
yesterday. Not by choice, but by allergies.
Ah.
So honestly, I'm fine with however long you want to go.
I got another fucking gate to...
Go.
More waves.
Why can I not climb that one? Okay, no, stop that.
Chainsaw Man on me. Chainsaw Man, the hit manga. Anime.
Dude, it's taking me so long to just make that connection. Oh, there's another.
There's another.
He cut.
Ooh.
I jumped down and did not see the other elite on me.
God, the chainsaw guy's still up.
And he's still after me, or... He climbed the wall with... Okay. Go!
Holy shit.
Can I say that one is disproportional?
Yes. That dude is
Built like
very
a
top
JoJo's
heavy.
character. What the heck? I didn't realize you were possessed this whole mission.
Oh, it doesn't like the light. I was trying to figure out what the fuck was the...
I need that, mate. That amulet you got, eh?
Activating a mod reduces current skill cooldowns by 3% for every 30 or 300 mod power spent.
You have it, don't you? The amulet. It's here. Listen, I'll trade you for that blighter. Do you feel it, mate?
We missed an
Things
area,
different in the
unless you
world.
got it on your
Sing.
map.
I'll check in a moment.
Ain't there no more? You did something, didn't you? Now you got that amulet to show for it. You've seen what it does to people, eh? Hmm? Ain't good. Ain't no good. It's gotta be destroyed, it does. Listen, I'll trade you for it, eh? What do you say? Thank you. And don't worry. I'll make sure. Oh, I'll take care of you, all right.
Gross.
You ain't gonna be hurting no one. Never again. Soon it'll all be over, and the Dran will be safe again. I'll be safe again.
He gives you a ring in exchange that, no, I did not get that area. He gives you a ring that gives you a stacking reload speed. When you reload for 15 seconds, your reload speed is 15% faster and stacks up to 5 times. So, very good for the single shot sniper rifle and hunter pistol.
And maybe shotgun too.
Oh, the double barrel shotgun. Yeah.
More screaming people. Hush up.
Are we gonna get a severed hand again?
It looks a lot like that area, so...
Yeah, that's why I'm asking.
Oh, yeah.
Last time we were in... Yeah, it's the same area.
I want to see if I can get there, like, before we cut his hand off, and if I could get something else.
Oh, that's a good idea.
But there are so many people. I hit a cage and it stopped my jump. Am I doing it wrong? That's the jump I made earlier.
Ladder.
There's a ladder there?
Did you accidentally shoot him?
No.
Oh, just...
Also, there's a mosquito in my room.
Oh.
I'm in trouble.
Oh.
I'm down.
I see that. Your dog not getting you?
No, because I've already been revived by him.
Oh.
Oh. It's on. Is it a cooldown?
It should be, yeah. You can't interact with him.
Dang. Wonder if there's anything else we can do with the hand dead.
Maybe, but that's something I would have to
I don't
look
think
up.
so, but like, I got you.
Yeah, I think we got this area.
Oh, apparently there's a glitch where you can farm scrap from the hand.
Oh, cool.
Don't know what that entails. can be found in these locations. It is purely for that ring. Okay.
Cool.
You know what I say? I didn't know you had already gone down.
Yeah. I already used it. I fucking died because that item just does that, Pichu. There's no real penalty to dying besides enemies respawning, so they're like, instead of a hunter's mark or homeward bone or anything, there's just a die button to get back to checkpoints faster. What? Yeah. What? Where was that going? Oh, we're going the wrong way. That's definitely not where that was going. I can't remember ever yelling at you, but...
Oh, hello, Chainsaw Man.
Bag's full.
Protect the Gran!
That's a big assumption to make. Pichu.
Over there! Solo bastards!
Yeah, why?
I want him to know. Where's the elite? I heard an elite song. Oh, there it is.
Right in,
Rat.
Yeah. Manticora?
That is definitely a rat man. Okay.
It's got a scorpion tail, to be fair.
Still a rat man. I need to use Hunter's Mark more.
Mm-hmm.
I got you in my sights.
Getting a habit.
Same for me with... Well, that was poorly timed.
Room for that. Does it feel that way?
Same for me with... Need heal? Hello there. For the draw. For the
queen.
I think we've got everything.
Oh, there actually just wasn't anything over here. Shit. Wait, yeah, what?
Well, it was a mini, like a
Oh,
side
yeah,
dungeon.
it was.
We had a side dungeon and a side dungeon. And the boss we've already defeated.
Bag's full.
You're going the wrong way.
No?
There's...
Yeah?
Yeah, there's nothing that way that we haven't already seen. Oh, there's nothing... There's no checkpoint.
What the heck? My dog just walked through the fire.
Your dog is basically unkillable.
I mean, to an extent. But basically is not perfectly. I don't know, man. It's...
You're back. What you got?
Yeah, she... It's a
Hey,
spear.
lady! Javelin.
Charge attacks to
use
throw the spear.
Throw and which return. I kind of like that.
Interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
Third. Will you upgrade my weapon?
I'm up to plus 13.
Oh. Okay. Cool beans. I'm at plus 10 and 11. I don't have any galvanized iron.
Cass is selling some right now. Only 5, but she's got some.
I'll take it. I don't know how much I need. Okay, now they're both at plus 11. Let me look at something.
You know where to find me.
Oh, so this one's a proper spear. You poke it. And then charge attack. Oh, they say it returns.
Good.
Yeah, your character just has a little...
Oh.
Not sure what this is. Maybe Wallace would know?
Oh, that totally should have hit you. Oh.
Traveler.
Goodbye, traveler.
I'm trying to get the figure out like the drop in distance. Oh, it's right on your hand.
Yep.
That's awesome. Oh my gosh. He's dead.
Oh my.
I can hit I can hit look straight ahead. Cass took an arrow to the knee. Let's see what Ward thinks. Straight to the heart.
Board.
I don't know which one I like though. This is 107 damage. This is 150 damage. I think of that.
Did you upgrade the spear though?
Both are upgraded to about the same level.
Okay.
But the spear is faster.
Yeah.
But the other one has a 500 dealing deer. Waiting for all players.
Shush.
Dude, not gonna lie. A root beer or a cream soda would go really good right.
God, this fucking menu.
Specifically made from cane sugar. The only acceptable form of soda. Well, did you have an issue?
No?
Okay, my remnant crashed.
Oh, okay. Cool.
I'm gonna load it up and join back off of you. I was wondering why the travel was taking so long and said bye. Oh. Oh, there we go.
C'è questo boss.
Wait, are we... I thought you were double dogging.
Nah.
That would have been crazy.
I just wanted to see the perks. There's another side area. If we want to get down to... I'm back to the crystal.
Side area?
Near Nimue's.
I was gonna open this door.
Nah.
Okay.
This load shouldn't take very long, it's just in the same area. Yeah. And then...
Don't touch me! Cause I'm too close to the edge.
Oh, we don't have to...
Oh, there's a hole.
I really should have used the Challenger Stomp.
I thought we did this.
Nope. It says it's unexplored. We opened it, we didn't go into it. The Great Hall
Great
again!
Hall.
Which means
Wait,
we can get...
We could try
Glutton.
for Glutton. And we can also try to get the other ribbon.
Yeah.
Assuming that this has the ribbon as well.
I don't like the looks of this.
Remnant has said twice now that cannibalism is based.
Yeah.
Plain ribbon.
We're getting these statues made instead of these people walking around. So sweet.
Wrong way.
Anyways. Yep.
Wrong way, Joe.
No.
Sick. That's a point for Glutton.
Let's see. How far can I drop?
This game is so dumb. That one is probably just elevators or fucky.
Hey, it's funny though. Who wants to get eaten? Honestly, I've not used a single consumable, so
It's
probably best for me.
the Dragon Heart is a consumable. It affects your Dragon Heart speed.
That is true.
Or at
But
least
I
it did
I
in
also
Remnant
don't
1.
heal much. And I will have a healing aura, so I could always rely on that rather than...
Shit, that corrosion does so much.
This isn't good.
Yeah, just a bit.
Can you put down healing aura? For both of us? Because you're
Yeah,
also
big
pretty
enough.
hurt.
So you come here often?
Well, this is our second time here, so I guess,
Was the Great Hall the one that also had the fire light torches, or was that the other one?
that was the other one.
Okay.
The Shattered Gallery. Something like that.
This way. Going up.
Alright, we have explored everything except for, the shortcut door.
Mm-hmm. Going down.
But we should also go ahead and leave and come back, so the ribbon will change.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
What?
I'm magic. Step off.
Yeah.
There we go. That was awesome.
I was gonna look at this. Oh, yeah.
The Teeth's tonic. Decayed margin.
Hi, Gonmas. Good morning. Yes, I'm still going. It's been 8 hours, Carson.
Oh gosh.
Oh, it respawns the enemies anyway.
Light 'em up.
Maybe it only respawns those enemies? That's what it looks like. Because none of these are back. Yeah, those enemies in that one hallway were really weird. It's silver
I think
again.
it's silver. Dang. So it is RNG completely. Wonder if you could like save state scum it.
I wish. Yeah, this hallway is weird. These enemies just respawn for no fucking reason. It's only this hallway.
So I'm gonna have to get downed twice. Once so my dog feels like, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Eat.
Fuck talking to him. Let's eat.
Let's eat. Now we're talking. I'm just gonna not fight, but stand next to you. Kidding me.
Oh, I can shoot you too.
Alright. Dog will get me and then do it again. Okay, I'll keep them away and you shoot at me.
Eat the
Eat.
Eat me. It literally just says eat me. I'm gonna have to die three times.
If I had known that was gonna happen, I would have let you go down and then do that and then have the dog let you do it last. Well, I guess now we can do it again.
Yeah, I died on purpose. And it let me use the liquid escape even though we were considered in combat. I don't know what was happening for you earlier.
No clue then.
It does give you Revenus too, right?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll see a magic trick. Just
Let
gonna go ahead and do it. Oh, I can't kill you because friendly fire.
Huh.
And my dog is killing them before they can kill you. That's awesome.
I took
There you go.
Sick. You got it.
Nope.
What? Did you get knocked out of it?
I don't know.
Can only one of us get it per...
Maybe?
It didn't unlock?
No, I have it. Okay.
Okay.
It just didn't give me the pop-up for it.
That's weird.
Now this is where I pop off. Speaking of popping off.
Big stretch.
Big. So that's everything, right?
I have 6 trait points available. From what?
I have a single one.
I had 1, and then we unlocked Glutton and I had 6.
Surely not.
It's all going into Glutton.
That's just...
Oops, all Glutton.
Sure.
Wait.
What's the
Oh,
plan?
it's because it took it out of triage. Because I switched to medic.
It's all in Glutton now.
Oh my god. That is the dumbest system. What the fuck? That's the dumbest way for that to work.
I'm only laughing because I would be just as bad if it happened to me.
Triage is also really important here.
Yeah, but hey, this is what you get for being a glutton.
Fuck you.
What's the plan?
It says the important...
Yeah, it's right here.
No, it says the important one is the other plot one.
Well, there's another one right here.
Yeah, but that's not the important one, and that one's plot, so we're gonna have to go into it eventually later, but doing it right now
Where's
is
the
gonna be a
other? I
waste.
don't see the other.
Look on my stream.
Because they're all... Okay, no, I see. But it's also plot as well.
Yeah, but that's the one that has the quest objective. The one you're going to
Okay.
does not have the main quest objective, so we're gonna have to
Yeah,
do
I
it
know
eventually,
that.
but not right now. Doing it
Okay.
now would be a wasted effort, because we'd have to do it again later. Or go into it again later. I don't know that Nimue's retreat is closer, but I think it is.
We'll find out one way. Lead the charge, Cap.
Jump down, and then use the elevator. Oh, just straight after you. Cool.
I'm telling... Hold on, let me look at this ring. See if we've read it wrong.
No, it says it
enemy
reduces
awareness range.
aggro.
Dude, I don't know. I might as well just not be wearing it. So I'm gonna change it.
Get over here. Change it while we're on the elevator.
Oh, right.
Oh, I don't have my melee mutator equipped.
What was the other ring I had?
Oh.
Gosh, there's so many rings that I just don't know. Could be flawed for you.
This isn't looking good.
Fuck.
Oh. They found me.
It's over.
I remember now.
What? Iron Burrow.
I don't know that one. Level 15.
Over there! Gotcha!
Oh my gosh, they ganged up on me and hit me in the exact same spot. Here we go.
Dread font. Increases gray health regeneration rate by 2%. So much shit is just this gray health mechanic that they added, and it's...
I don't understand it.
I think at base, half of the damage you take is gray health and can regenerate over time. But if you get hit again, that gray health is replaced by the new hit's gray health. And it
Okay.
also regenerates super slowly, so it's not really that useful except out of combat. Got the weird children middle area again.
Which means Nightweaver.
No, we already know that the world boss is the imposter king.
Oh, right. Sorry.
Yeah, I have no clue what's going on with that Weaver with her mouth sewn shut.
Maybe they're just living.
And her weird blue children.
They're not blue, they're gray.
They were definitely blue.
No. I wouldn't know a Smurf when I saw it.
Like blue-gray.
Alan Walker's Spectre didn't start playing. Wee. Wee.
Here we go.
I totally tried to gun down that child on accident.
This bullet's got your name.
That lady, holy shit. That flick shot. Oh, that's... I see the bridge that usually has an item on it. Nothing. Shit.
Well, you gotta go down to the end. 'Cause there's a treasure chest. Galvanized iron. Man didn't have a second to breathe. I'm sorry. Oh, hey, come to me. You can actually talk to the child this time.
Oh.
Or at least it says square. I'm not going to, though, yet. Oh, he's running. I wasted my... Wait. Huh?
He's having some trouble. Be patient.
Oh, it's because there's enemies. He doesn't
No,
understand.
he did not care about enemies last time. There's one of those Fey Knights here. Attacking the
Behind
Dran.
us or in front? Oh well, not my problem.
Nope.
Not my world.
Just disappears.
Yeah.
Alright, game. That camera was,
Which one of yous? It's ye. Hey, wait. That wasn't there last time. It was just the beast and...
No.
Is she showing... Is she showing our world bosses? Or our bosses we've beaten?
Oh, yeah, she might only interact. The council is here too.
Because the feast is here now.
Yeah, it's not just bosses. It's also just encounters.
The events tied to this world.
Yeah, because council.
Yeah, and then this was the aberration. Night Weaver.
This is probably gonna be the
Weird
Imposter
thing.
King. This one.
Council. Boom, 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 boom.
Fuck is... Oh, that's the... Ken against Ken. I wanted.
Huh?
The one I was confused about was the thing you had
Oh,
to bring into the light to kill, and the dude was weirdly sensual about it.
I understand now, yeah. Okay, now we know what her deal is.
Yeah.
I bet when we finish everything and come back, there's probably going to be something.
Probably.
Love that the pigs are considered enemies, so they just
I mean, the doe
prevent me from running.
The doe and
Yeah.
Aisha were too.
We missed a spot, unless you got that spot.
The only thing we missed was the other path from the Weaver hut.
Okay.
That will probably have the main plot progression. Postulant's Parlor. That's new.
Sounds... couldn't think of a joke in time. This tile is familiar.
Yeah, it's the same entrance, but the event is gonna be different.
No, yeah. Would you consider Remnant a roguelite?
No.
Okay.
It doesn't have any penalty for death.
That's true.
Like, you don't reset a run when you die or anything. You just... The survival mode from the first game, which we don't know if it's in this one yet, but the survival mode in the first game was, but...
Okay. Because I don't know how to explain to someone the world gym, like the way it is.
Yeah. You can tell it's a nice. There's a bunch of closed doors.
Yeah. Hey, where there's one closed door, another one opens. Speaking of,
this looks important, but
oh,
Can't carry anymore.
not gonna lie.
also
I'm a bit
these stairs are
confused.
super steep. It's repeat. Door.
He had 5 debuffs on him, or 4 debuffs on him. That's awesome. This is for you.
Yeah, this is a puzzle.
I think I know what this is.
It
looks like a game of Fox and Hound. Is that what it's called? Because I think you're trying to get all one piece on one side. Hold on, let me see if there's like a book explaining this game. Yes. The postulant, everyone is familiar with the postulant, that silent, mysterious figure who will be the first to expose his purpose. Learning the game. I understand the game well. The objectives are a simple 3 in a row.
Oh.
But not, of course, at the starting position. It is practically a child's game. Okay. So I was sort of right about the...
Yeah.
It's like a version of... I think it's Fox and Hound. I could be wrong.
Shit. Yeah.
But, mixed with tic-tac-toe.
Oh. Why did that?
Game restarts. No. Good. I would say...
Well, I just lost. Because the middle piece was the only one I could move, and I had to give it. Yeah.
We're about to learn how many stacks of cursed we can have.
Yeah.
Yep.
Stop! I'm just trying to cancel my piece selection, not stand up. Hmm. None of these options are particularly good. Of course.
Yeah.
No, I need... Oh, yeah, I should have blocked the middle. I didn't notice that. This is not a game to play at 5 a.m.
May I try?
I'm invested now.
No.
Shit, I did the same thing. I lost. Again.
You keep doing the same.
5 stacks is half your health. I did the same. I did it to him in reverse.
Yep. Dang. Thanks for the achievement.
His wings block the fucking stairs.
You gave me a scrap collector achievement.
A bow? Not a crossbow, just a normal bow.
Oh.
I like that.
Wait, does it look like it flies weird for you?
It just flies. It has a completely flat trajectory. That's all it is.
It must be when it... Hold on. Okay. It's where, whenever it hits an object, its thing, where it's collision, it looks weird.
Carson.
What?
Look at the map.
Yo.
It's a 3x3
we're the
grid.
pawn.
It's the pieces of the game.
Yeah, we're the...
So...
Honestly, not gonna lie, surprised I'm still using the starting weapons for my class. They're just good.
I like the LMG that I started with and have been using.
I like it, but it's also a combination of I don't want to redo this. Oh, hello, enemies.
Got enough
Big and ugly coming our way.
I really think high stagger weapons are gonna be the meta.
Probably.
Because that guy just got stagger locked. And died.
Either stagger or bleed, because... Yeah.
Because I have half of my normal max health.
Sounds like someone should have played the game better.
Well, I'm stupid this late at night.
Don't you mean this early?
Shut up.
Okie dokie.
So we need to get the corners.
I don't know if we can. Like, we can, but I don't know if we can. Are you playing again?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because you can stand up in the middle of the game.
Wait. I understand. The doors have, moved.
Yeah, the piece... That's what I was trying to point out about the room
just so
is
you're
the grid.
aware, I can't help.
With the pieces in the middle.
Okay. I can't help with anything, by the way. You have locked me in the center.
Oh. Sick. Well... I guess we just die. If you want to liquid escape.
Good.
No, the enemies in this one just do not give you time to do anything. A lot of the time.
So then we need the other 3 or 2 corners.
We have the top right corner accessible already. I'm just going in here to make sure it's on the map so we don't get confused. That's the center.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. What? Oh. What?
Doggy, help. Thank you, doggy. Let me out. No.
We have a piece in the top right, but we apparently don't have any path. I don't know how these doors actually work. They're really inconsistent.
Whatever is lit up, torch-wise, opens the doors surrounding it. I think.
But we have a piece in the top right, and the doors into the top right are closed. Can you drop a healing aura on the stool while I... We don't have a piece in the top right. It reset.
Because we died.
Bruh.
No, you go... Okay.
There.
That works.
I'm gonna leave it at that for now.
Okay. So now, this should... Yep.
Okay. The doors do work how I thought. It's just... I didn't realize it reset when we died.
Edward.
Purple.
Armor set.
Oh, yeah. Hey, you know what I said about wanting to have a faith armor set? The game heard me.
And it's pretty darn good armor. Like... Or at least compared to what I've been using.
Oh my god, it's so edgy.
I feel like
It's
I'm
so
playing
edgy.
Destiny. I like it though. Makes me feel like an Abyss Watcher.
Yeah, kinda. Okay, we need the bottom left still. Going in here just to have it on the map. All we need is the bottom left.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I'm going to the bottom left.
You're just gonna go in there while I move the pieces around?
Give
We
me
need a
1
piece
second.
in the spot in the bottom left regardless, so, I mean...
Wait.
Hmm?
Hold on. Hold on. There are enemies fighting me, and I wanted to
Get into
make
the
sure I was
middle left
safe.
room.
Yeah, that's where I. That's. Is this? Yeah, middle left. That's where I am.
Okay. God, please. Thank you. Alright. Door should be open.
Yeah, no. I need the bottom or the middle left as well.
Wait, what? If you're in the middle left, the door should be open.
No, because his piece took the middle left.
Ah.
Okay, now we're good.
He won. So it's gonna reset.
Hey, I'm in here, so it's fine.
Okay, starting position, he's in the middle left. It's good. Anything in there?
Give me one moment dealing with enemies.
Okay. I'll see if I can make my way in.
A closed door.
What?
And then this one is empty.
Wait. One of them is still closed?
Okay, so you see the...
I'm looking at where you are. That one's
Yeah,
still
that
closed?
door is closed.
What?
I don't know why.
The only thing I can think of is that it wants us to have a winning position with that, including that space.
Maybe? I mean, I'm sitting here at this door. So if you want to figure stuff out, you can. Mm.
Fuck.
Here, let me... What the... Oh! It opened.
What?
But I'm
It
also
opened
locked
when there was
inside.
no piece on that space.
I'm also locked inside, so, let's see what that was. It was a ring. Game Master's
Reduces
Pride.
all healing
Reduces
by
all
50%.
healing by 50%. Splits all damage and remaining healing evenly among all allies wearing this ring.
Interesting. I'm liquid escaping. There's nothing else here.
Oh, I accidentally canceled my liquid escape.
Spin.
I forget you see my camera.
Yeah. Yeah, that's everything that was in here. Where did you get that chess piece?
Yesha.
Okay. How heavy is it? I'm gonna guess not very because Yesha's like
It
that.
has green weight.
The
It has, I'm currently 48.
What is the weight of the chess piece?
Weight of the chess piece, 23.
Oh, okay. That's heavier than I expected.
Helmet
but...
is, or headdress is 8, leggings 12, gloves.
Oh, we should have just... Shit.
Yeah.
Take him out!
Yeah, it's like I've always.
Oh, I know,
Just
no,
keep
we need
running.
to be here. Just could be in a better spot. I'm gonna be rushing.
In trouble.
Okay, well, I rolled to get out of your way and you.
Everyone okay?
They had.
Here they come.
Blue.
Yeah, he's blasted. And the mod on my handgun is also from Yosha.
There's another blue child here. Oh, they are kind of gray. They're blue-gray-ish.
Kid, don't touch the pig. They're disgusting. What if we
Hey, kid.
find
I'm a
all the
computer.
kids and send them home?
Oh, there might be. Yeah. It might be that there's just a bunch of them around here. Because
I don't know how many will be
this is
here.
the second one.
And they're going to the same place.
Yeah, they're all going here.
I'm trying to get inside before he gets there, but I can't. I wanted to watch him up here.
We could do that, just looking at the minimap.
Hello.
That's...
Oh.
I'm guessing you're in a cutscene because I have no HUD now.
Yeah. I didn't know she would talk to me.
Recovery.
This ain't good.
Oh. She is speaking through all the kids.
Why are there randomly so fucking many of these guys?
I'm sorry, I'm in a cutscene.
You can't help that.
I thought you were following me, and then as soon as I hit click,
I was trying, and then there was a whole
I
horde of
see.
enemies. And then I had no HUD.
Powerful being. To stitch two whole worlds together? They'd have to be now, wouldn't they? I wish I could tell you more, dear. But this one ain't been seen much by the Dran. And so it ain't been seen by me. I reckon that someone who walks between worlds, such as yourself, would have less trouble finding such a being. Stay the course. I feel right certain, of course. Ask me anything you want, my dear.
Yeah, if you. Oh.
So what's with the quilt? I don't care.
That's it there.
Which one of those did you
Lies the quilt. And the quilt, all we can do is stitch it in, one patch at a time. There's patches what ain't been stitched in yet. But that don't make them less a part of the whole. It just means the quilt ain't finished. Like these children here. Stitched to their parents. Though their parents ain't around no more. And they were stitched to me too before we met. For all Dran are a part of each other. Quilt and Dran are the same, my dear. And not just the Dran. We're all this quilt. It's just that all the patches ain't been sewn in yet. Maybe never will be. At least, not
That's a meta.
Life's just a rehearsal for something else, isn't it? It might feel like we only get
Just
one.
breaking the fourth wall.
It's so much more. And some of us get more than that, don't we? You live and die and live again. But it's all part of the same quilt. Every patch of your life's telling a single story. And when your patches end, another's will be sewn in. And so the quilt continues, on and on, until it's complete. Oh, we'll know when we know. Until then, we just keep stitching in our stories, one patch at a time. It was an unexpected patch, I'll admit. Stitched in all of a sudden like. But now that it's here, I do believe it's the patch we needed. Oh, don't hear me sideways here. I know it ain't all fancies and fortunes. Some of these creatures are feeding on the poor Dran. And the Dran, most of them can't see or refuse to see what's happening. It must be terrifying for all, but it's growing pains. Mark my words, once the stitching's done, we'll be right as rain. Indeed, the truth is, some folk only ever see what they want to see. For if they open their eyes to the facts, it'll mean ripping out every stitch left holding them together. So, I understand those what can't see, but their blindness makes things so much worse for the rest. Those what can see have it terrible. They can't ever go back to the way things were. But there ain't no one to give them the help they need. Have mercy on them, dear. Ah, that. I've been given eyes to watch over my people.
You're alright, Gomez. I got it. I figured.
No voice of my own in exchange. To speak to my people, I must speak through them. That is the way of it, my children. Now, they are those what got nowhere else to go. But they choose me. And I'm mother to them more than any other Dran. I am sorry if it's disturbing, but do understand, these children are willing speakers on my behalf. Goodness no. For all my gifts, that ain't something I could do even if I wanted. But they ain't got no compunctions about speaking for me. Oh, before you go, I've got something to show you. This quilt is the life of this world. I've said as much before, I think. And whether you know it or not, you've been working towards its completion. When you're out there helping the Dran, facing their monsters, every ordeal's a patch on this quilt, and it's half done now. You're as much to thank for that as I am. Perhaps more so. I wanted to share my joy with you, love. So here, a small token of my appreciation. I won't told you
Oh.
I'm no longer child. Just wanted you to know.
Well, I only got scraps.
Yes?
Then I guess
What
you
is
already had it somehow. Quilted Heart Talisman. Or amulet.
No, I got it. I got it. Okay. Quilted Heart relic.
Oh, relic? Oh, it did say
I'm gonna
heart.
go.
That would make sense.
Anyone out here?
Not anymore, they all fucking killed each other.
During that entire cutscene, though,
I know,
all I kept hearing was, "Man."
there was a lot of battle music going on, I know.
I want to go up here and look at the quilt. See if Chess made the quilt.
Okay, Quilted Heart does not provide standard healing. On use negates stamina drain and causes evades to heal for 15 health over 25 or over a quarter of a second, lasts 20 seconds. Interesting.
Guess what made the quilt?
The child.
No. Chess.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
So there's only 4 things left for us to do. Or like, for the quilt wise.
Yeah.
One being the world boss, and then the others, I don't know what bosses or aberrations it would be. I should probably... I've just not changed my heart at all.
The other ones are interesting, but I don't really feel like it would be worth the gimmick. I don't think the gimmick would be worth it.
Sure.
Oh, I'm so close to leveling up Challenger again. Okay.
Let's do.
This direction has the main story mark on it. I'm... Did one of them just say kill the wanker?
I think.
Good.
I mean, they are British.
Fantasy British.
Oh.
Yeah, this guy was here earlier.
I see what you were talking about now.
I can't carry more of that. Alright, eyes up. Might not be over.
Honestly, the rat pigs are kind of growing on me. Oh, it's the burning.
How is that relevant to the...
It's a different entrance. That is certain. Something hurt me when we transitioned.
You're immune while the travel timer is going.
No, I know. I meant
Cotton's
like,
kiln, this is different.
yeah.
It just uses the same tile set. Well.
Man, I don't remember seeing brochure.
Remember seeing what? Cut out.
This on the brochure.
Oh.
Wonder what happened here.
Incoming! Get the outsider!
I was shooting you.
This isn't good.
Not intentionally. Oh gosh.
Get the outsider!
We really had to bring back the flame root.
Yeah.
They're way too resistant to everything. Oh, hello. I realize my health is super low. And
I'm not near. I just blew my dog up. Use melee, don't fire on. And you should be fine.
That you? Ring of the Robust.
I think it's you.
Yeah, it increases
But
max
you're
health and
near.
armor. Increases max health by 10 and armor by 15. Which is not great, really.
Oh, he's behind you. Bye-bye, help. Yeah, if you use melee, they go down pretty easy.
Two?
Get them!
Ow. Thank you. Galvanized iron.
Man, the buff icons are so fucking small, I can't see what my buffs are half the time.
Well, this area is just empty.
Come and get some.
I see a purple. Oh.
This isn't looking good.
Good.
I didn't realize that drop was so far. I'm not good. No. There's way too many enemies.
Oh dear. I can try and make it to you.
Yeah, you should get here in time.
Okay, game, why did you... How do I get to you?
There should be a ladder down.
No.
Yes.
I'm in a burning pudding with no stairs.
Yeah, I'm already dead now.
Dang it, game. Why can't you make things easy?
This ain't looking good.
Yes. Everything is on fire. Hold on, turn around. I don't think I actually saw everything in this building. Not that way. Turn left. Can you not go through that?
Go through where?
Right there.
Here? Yeah, it takes you back upstairs.
Yes, but we haven't used the stairs. We haven't been on this floor. Oh, there's just nothing up here. Cool. Burden of the Warlock. I think that was from the second game.
And off the dog.
Okay, now I'm curious what was in that tunnel underground. What? The fuck?
Oh, hello.
This ain't good.
Wow, they really like to follow you, huh?
I told you they don't give you any fucking time to...
I'm going back through that building to see if we missed anything.
There was that path underground. Other way.
I know, I'm seeing...
Oh, okay. Fair enough. That was what I was wondering about. Oh, it's just a chest. A normal fucking chest. God damn it. I hate this game sometimes. The bleed out timer feels way too short. There's probably a trait for that somewhere. Okay, I can't see the map, so I have no clue where. Would be the next way to go.
It's this way. Uh-oh.
Melee attacks don't explode barrels.
You know what does?
Gun.
Gun.
For his neutral special. God, this shit does so much damage.
And it just screwed me over.
Healing word probably would be the better choice here. Sorry.
You're good.
If my burp picked up, I mean.
I didn't hear it.
Okay. Oh, I need to look at what Samuel said in the campaign server earlier. I just remembered. I got a
Basically, using the original rules, which may mess things up for like the newer things. But if that's the case, we'll work on it when we get there.
Man, I love the OGL fucking destroying, forcing Pathfinder 3rd edition to exist, basically.
Hmm. Okay. I think we got most of it. Missed that little section, but it looks to just be a single building.
It's also really close, though, so I'm gonna go check it.
Stop them!
Wow, okay. Fuck.
Blew my dog up again. Oh. Was you lucky here?
Yeah, that's why I wanted to check. Another point for triage. That should have been there.
Another point for glutton.
God. Why is that how it works?
For every point in triage, there's 6 points in glutton.
Can you sit down? No? Because now there's enemies.
I didn't know you were resting. I was in my traits.
Alright. How awful is this boss gonna be?
I don't think it's a boss. Dang it.
They called me crazy.
Definitely a boss.
Who's crazy now?
You call me crazy. Crazy? I was crazy.
Bastard! Kill him! Kill him all!
It's a horde boss.
Gwendol the Unburnt.
Watch
Regenerator.
out for
Fuck.
oil on the ground. Oh, they were smart. They didn't add any upgrade paths. But they do go on the ground.
Oh, what the fuck? Why? He had his armor, I think.
Try shooting the bomb in her hands before she throws them.
I don't think that works with her.
No. She's...
I am still alive, Muggy, because I don't have anything to do tomorrow, and both of us have been, both of us, me and Carson, played a lot of Remnant 1 together, so we've been wanting to play this for a while. So we're just doing the game. Gaming.
Gaming. It's only been 9 hours.
Only. 9 hours, 8 minutes, and 43 seconds.
Roughly, give or take.
I'm gonna guess that boss's mod is, just the grenade.
Explosions. What if it's a grenade launcher?
There was a grenade launcher mod in the first game. Second game, technically. Fuck.
You can say first game.
I know, but it was the second game, actually.
Better be worth my time. Alright.
Witchfire. Fires a highly volatile projectile that to leave a line flaming terrain. Deals 55 fire damage per second and applies burning, dealing 200 damage every time for over 10 seconds. Lasts for 5 seconds. Interesting. I don't think I understand, but I also think I do understand. Basically,
I
makes
think
a
that
fire. Floor is lava.
I think that doesn't sound worthwhile for my build.
Me neither. Hey, big guy, how you doing? The gun. Perfect.
I'm up to 14.
I'm up to 13.
How much scrap? Oh, I have a
Yeah, we're at that point where scrap is becoming a lot.
Great.
Hey, Chaos, you got anything?
Probably.
Not for me. I'll come back, don't you worry. $14.
Oh, yeah, she doesn't have anything new.
I almost got his rings. He's got an acid ring and a shock ring now.
Oh,
Don't be
I
a
should
stranger,
buy his
okay?
resistance rings.
Take care now, traveler.
Actually. Thank you
I
for
bought his
reminding me.
black cat band and band of accord, fire, and admiral. And let me run to old metal materials for Challenger, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh my god, there are so many rings in this game.
Maybe just need to go see Riggs. He can probably help you with
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Remember, the choices you make out there can come back to haunt you.
Goodbye, traveler.
I'll bet Riggs
Wait.
can help
Okay,
me
they
out.
still have the
I
old
should
scope
stop by
control.
sometime.
It just don't list it.
Wait a minute. Okay, no, never mind, never mind. I'm being goofy. Yeah.
Those guns at Brabant sells are
The Fae themed sniper rifle.
I like it. Looks like something you'd see on like a Magic Gathering card.
What?
Hmm?
Nothing. Don't worry about it. Oh. We still have Root, too. We still have the Root themed.
Yeah.
I only have Root Lash.
Because that was from Yeisha.
Yeah.
Good old water boss. Okay, so I have a plan.
Yeah.
Finish this adventure world, and then we sleep.
Fair enough.
Because I have a half-made bed calling my name.
I really wish we could turn off the appearance of the flashlight. Just
I
have
like
not
it. It
show.
adds character.
Oh, you.
Hello. I
Cards.
know who you are. Is this your cause? Oh, he's not happy.
Oh.
Clap, clap, clap. You did good, bud.
Oh, it's not letting me cancel the travel.
Interesting.
Maybe I should check out that mural again.
The feast master, when we first talked to him, was inconsistent about whether he said the king's name as Fei Rin or Fei Lin, but now we have masks called the Fei Rin mask and the Fei Lin mask. We have both. Where'd this go?
Oh. Where'd what go?
This door. Can we not get the jester to do his thing again?
No, he put his cards up. Don't shoot him. Get up here.
I wanted to see where the other paths go.
Oh, they actually built in a system where you can peek over the ledge.
That was in Remnant 1.
Oh. Well,
it just wasn't useful super often. But it was there. Elevate.
oh, help.
There's an archer behind you, by the way.
I know. Kill. That was lovely.
Another elevator. Hold on. I'm a little behind. And we keep splitting up and then dying because we can't
Be careful.
support.
I'm sure that's not the last of them.
Simulacrum. There's nothing else over here. Oh, there's a chest.
There's a door here. Or doorway, I should say.
There's a bunch of elevators that we haven't gone through. These stairs are so steep. Why? The ones that rotate? The circular stairs?
Yeah.
Why?
Let's get
Crap collector. Oh, these guys really don't like charge attacks. I just nearly one-shot one of them. Although you can't really charge attack as often because yours, like, yeah, yours is a skill basically. That just goes back. Oh, it has a middle layer, but I don't want to check that yet.
Oops. Well, that's an insta-kill.
Oh.
Yeah, he speared me, laid me on the ground, and then hit me like a golf club. I was just like, dang.
Shade. I don't know if that's supposed to be shade.
I think shade is a word.
Gain a 30% damage bonus every 5 seconds. The bonus switches between physical and elemental. Okay. Interesting. This elevator is the only one that goes somewhere completely new.
Middle.
Great. More bad news.
Oh, big chest. No, that's the normal chest. Shit.
Yeah, you were thinking what I was thinking.
The lack of a white line right there is suspicious, but I don't know if it actually does anything, and if it do, how. Yeah, it'd be fastest to just commit die.
Unalive. Bye, pup. I'm not sure.
Wait.
I'm gonna keep it.
We're on the wrong way.
100. I don't. Yeah. I'm lost.
This elevator is the only one that goes somewhere completely actually new. Oh, that is a long one. No secret in between.
Secret
or...
tunnel.
Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel.
I need to rewatch it. Yeah, this is. Yeah. Because then you put the mask here and a mask there.
Hold on. Do we want to do this in the Mirror Palace or the real one?
Are we in the mirror?
Yeah, I don't know if you've noticed it's the same layout as the place we started in.
When did we go to the mirror?
I don't know.
The Jester. The Jester.
No, we were like this before the Jester did anything here.
What?
Fuck
I
it.
don't know. It's your adventure world. Oh, there's a mask Fei Lin and Fei Ren.
Yeah, I mentioned that.
So one is the true king and the other one is the imposter king.
Oh, you already put the other mask in. Wait, what?
I'm spinning.
Why loading screen? What?
We're in the real one.
Oh.
Because look, now the
when
true
we pull
king.
the lever.
No,
we
no,
switch.
not again. I don't want to go on the carousel.
When we pull the lever, we switch which version of the palace it is.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this one was a not main story. Do you want to just focus main story?
It's whatever, man.
You said you wanted to go to sleep.
Yeah, but it's already 6 o'clock. We might as well continue. Plus, I've not taken melatonin, so I can't sleep until I take the melatonin.
Oh.
But I'm having to decide whether I take melatonin or Benadryl. Because, like, my allergies are not good.
Ah.
Beware, creature, for you stand in the presence of Feyrin, the Almighty.
Hello,
Slayer
Feyrin.
of the one true king, conqueror of all race of Fey. In my presence, all must tremble and fall.
Not really.
But you, aren't you a strange and pathetic little creature? I'm afraid you have stumbled into the wrong door, little mouse. Yet, curiosity stays my hand.
This is the first time I'm seeing it from your perspective.
What are you?
With
Some
dialogue
sort of misshapen
options.
foe?
Oh.
These words mean nothing to me. My curiosity wanes. Do you have purpose here? Or shall I crush you for want of entertainment? How interesting. For you have come a long way. And even a mouse could not have done so without some skill at fighting. Not the way things are now. There is one who plagues me. An impostor who claims my deeds and strengths as his own. He calls himself Feylin. Kill him, and you will earn my esteem. That is no small thing, my mouse. No, you fool. I am Feyrin, the all-powerful, the true king of the Fey. He is an impostor, and I will see him.
And I bet when we meet Phelan, his
find
armor is going to be gold and black instead of black and gold.
A gaudy mockery of my kingdom.
I mean, think about it. They're split in half.
Why do you still stand before me? Have I somehow convinced you? Good.
Or they're going to twist it up on us and do
Almighty.
white and blue.
Stop.
It wasn't the right combo, but yeah. Oh, someone's surely legal. Okay, sure, focus me. Ouch. Bro, quit it. Leave me alone. Nothing but a jerk and a bully.
Tremble and fall.
I don't want to have that, but I don't want to find out.
Oh, hello.
Hello. I can't tell where if it's expected or
It's
sometimes. Okay. 'Cause, like, sometimes I'm not hitting the head, but it's giving me a weak spot. Oh. Doggy. Doggy. Pick me up, buddy.
Thanks for that. Gonna feel that later.
Come on.
The dog's getting me, don't worry. I'm stuck in it. He's literally cornering me. This is pointless.
This fight is cool. I wish he was not invulnerable so
Annoying.
much.
Yeah. Take the deal. Oh, of course he ran away as soon as I did that. Ouch. Oh, hello.
Oh, you can see the other one, the other king in the floor mirror. Come on, dude.
Dog.
Bruh.
One tap. Oh my god, I never noticed that the dog celebrates when I get one. Also, apparently I got a trophy milestone according to PlayStation. I leveled up according to it. Also, yeah.
There's no
He seems like he's
chest.
not going to be fun.
Why am I picking up ammo? Also, interesting.
Unless we have to come back after we open that door.
We were supposed to be killing the Fey Imposter, and I got a trophy that said, defeat the Fey Imposter when you
Traitor.
killed him.
Yeah.
The description said, defeat the Fey Imposter. But this was
Yeah.
considered a side path, which is interesting.
You can choose who you kill and live. Or you can just kill them both. Which honestly I think is kind of based.
Yeah, I was gonna go kill the other one.
I'm playing with one hand, so pardon my slow walking.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay, we should be good. Time to go on the merry-go-round. Oh, dog didn't like that at the end.
Rip. Loading screen?
Don't worry, it'll just take a few seconds. Any moment now. We may have overloaded the game.
Loading machine broke.
Yeah. I was trying to not do that. Bam, bam, bam.
Juno just messaged me asking how fucking long we've been streaming. Alright, game's back now.
I'm logging in. Okay. I'm here. 3, 2, 1, blast off. Always a good sign.
Welcome, mortal, to the court of Phelan.
Actually, their armor was the same.
Yep.
And all-knowing. I am the slayer of the one true king, and ruler of all Fae. Be glad, mortal, for few are given the pleasure of such an audience. And you, of all creatures, have earned that pleasure, for you have killed the imposter, Faerin. And in doing so, you have earned my gratitude, though you know me not. Here, a gift. You may go now, secure in the knowledge that you have pleased the Lord of all Fae. Your presence is welcome, but conversation is
Melee
not.
damage generates 10% additional mod power.
Oh, that's actually kind of nice.
I have an entire realm to attend to, mortal. Please, let
Worth
me
a
do
shot.
so. Your aid is appreciated.
He's a patient man.
Yeah, we just don't get the option to kill both of them. Damn.
Knock, 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 knock.
I have an entire realm to attend to, mortal.
Well, back to
Please,
Nimue, I
let me do
guess.
so.
Nimona. Actually, give me 1 second.
Alright. Oh.
Oh, she's asleep. Wake up.
You almost pushed me off the platform. But I think...
I really thought she was dead and half expected me to just be disappointed.
You are strange. Indeed, it is so. Even the poor creatures of these kingdoms twain can sense his passing. So great an influence he had over us all. Strange one, you have done what so many never could. The Fae owe you
So I wonder if there's a
they know it not.
quilt design for
Perhaps
killing
I may now begin
both.
to mend that which
Yeah.
has been sundered.
like one for
And I hope
each,
you also
or if you have to kill
may
both
find
and it's like
that
half
which you
a.
seek.
Huh.
You are
Do we get anything?
You have one I will only a small part if you.
Yeah, she didn't give us anything. She didn't even unlock anything in her fucking shop.
Take care as you go. Gracing
Bro.
as do. One can to voice it would raise my hope. Certainly. None.
Bruh. What the
Let me
hell?
see something.
Gracing me with your. Numb you. Stay the path. The stream. Take care.
Oh, did we ever tell her that we killed the Nightweaver?
No. Let's go back to the primary game and do that.
Okay, give me... Oh.
What?
So, the things that you need to buy the other 4 things
Yeah.
require things.
I figured it would be tied to the different endings of the world
Sort
bosses,
of.
but we told her.
So you can.
We told her we did what she wanted, and she just said, "Oh, thanks. Everybody could feel it. Good job."
So, for example, you know how there's 2 ribbons?
Yeah.
What if we had both ribbons and we talked to her?
Okay.
And there are 1, 2, 3, 4 other things like that.
Or she only has 4. That would be 5 total.
How goes?
Yeah.
You know where to find me.
So you're following.
All right, let's.
Ooh. God split her. Its stats are kinda shit. It has negative
That
20% stagger modifier.
Oh my gosh. That's so stupid.
This weapon, or?
No.
Okay, its weak spot damage modifier is so low because you can charge attack, and after that, everything counts as weak spots for 2 seconds.
Can I tell you something that we have encountered, but we would never, in our right mind, think to do something?
Oh, no. Yeah, go ahead.
So you know the Ravenous Medallion?
Yeah.
Instead of placing it in the doorway, what if we went to the Nightweaver's web?
What? Which means that requires...
Yep.
Having both... I mean, the Great Hall does seem to be a pretty common spawn, so that's not a huge deal. It's just a 50-50 on which world boss you get.
Bye.
God, this stuff. Alright, let's go tell Nimue we killed the Nightweaver.
And then I believe there was something we missed in the clock tower. No, that's not anything we've been to yet. Okay, never mind. Ignore what I'm saying.
I just realized the campaign for this game is called Ashes to Ashes.
Yeah, dust to dust.
No, just this series has a fucking problem with subtitling things.
I'm being
Ashes.
a little goof.
I know. Oh, we also need to go tell the Keeper we got another segment.
Did we?
We have not gone to talk to the Keeper.
No, I mean, like,
When
did
we killed the
get
Nightweaver.
another segment? Oh.
That was the whole point
Wakey,
of finding her.
Missy. Wakey, wakey. Uh-oh. She yeeted me. I was hoping that would have happened, but that was much more forceful than I thought.
You are
I killed the Nightweaver.
indeed. I sensed as much. For she was a sister to me. Such was our bond. I take no pleasure in this. But you have taken bold steps
You know,
toward
she's
aiding
kind of
the
growing
suffering
on
of
me.
this world. I thank you. And I hope, too, that you may find what you seek. You are indeed gracing me with your Namue's.
That didn't unlock anything either.
Gracing me with
Okay.
That's good.
Cool. Cool, it didn't do shit. To the Keeper.
That's a good thing.
That it didn't unlock anything?
No, I'm reading about things that we could do.
I don't
relating
want too
to
much spoiled until we do.
No,
we
I'm
do
not.
Finish
I'm not
the-
saying anything for you.
Okay.
Don't worry. That's why I'm just saying that's a good thing or that's a boo. We have an issue. Wait, no, it's a brain.
Cutscene.
Your character looks so goofy. They're growing a person.
I don't know about that, but
The anomaly has returned.
oh.
The index is almost complete. One more segment is needed.
Is she okay?
Yes. Clementine's power stabilizes those realms, not yet lost to corruption. Our bond deepens. She is strong. She is remarkable. But she still has limits. Please, hurry.
Ain't no way that's
What
the
is it?
same voice.
Kidnapped. Misnomer. The utility was required. The utility has been acquired. The utility consents and remains. Clementine bears the
So,
nature
would you like to know who
of
the
both core
voice actor
and
is?
guardians. The utility
For the
understands
Keeper?
what is needed.
Mm-hmm.
She understands the Keeper. I can no longer maintain stability on my own. The utility is a necessary resource. Necessary,
There's so
but
much
insufficient.
sound effects over it, I can't really tell.
Darren DePaul, also
don't
known as the voice of Reinhardt,
Oh.
Founder Ford, Mudtooth,
Oh.
To preserve the worlds. Provide the
Final Fantasy 15. I know him because Sam Riegel and him did a thing.
Ah.
Because he's like guest starred on Crit Roll before.
Oh, nice. Alright. Sleep. It's been 10 hours. Go to
Let's
sleep.
make it.
I'm going to
Hold
sleep.
Stone fell from Legends of Vox Machina. Revenant from Apex Legends.
Oh.
J. Jonah Jameson in Spider-Man games. Mr. Inui from Persona 5. Sure.
I don't remember.
Samuel Hayden from Doom.
Oh.
And then a lot of additional voices. Okay,
You said Persona 5?
Mr. Inui.
Oh, he's one of the teachers. Right. Good night, Win. Thank you for coming.
Okay,
Yeah, we
Go
both
to
need
bed.
to sleep.
hold on, I wanna do something funny.
What? You're not even in the game anymore, what do you...
Please go the fuck to sleep.
Thank you, Carson. I keep forgetting I have that in there.
Okay, bye-bye.
Good night. Is there anyone that I could raid? I doubt it. Itushi! The only person live! I think they're on a BRB scene. Yeah, they're on a be right back. Anyway. Itushi is a friend of Magi's. I think he had... I don't know, actually. Playing Stardew Valley. When they're back from their BRB.